my name is Zeb, and I'm a wellness coach here in Nairobi. I teach breathing exercises which help a lot with focus and allowing you to let your body just relax. At the same time, expanding your lungs, giving you a good time. So I'm going to take you through a breathing exercise that is going to keep you focused during your entire event. And I'll be coming in once in a while to help with your stretches because you're sitting a lot. So you can be able to leave your spine strong and allow your body to just feel nice and at the same time not to drift away from today's event. So, if you don't mind, we will begin from standing and have a bit of stretch. Great. So we're going to bring our hands to our back, both, and hold our elbows each side. So once you're here, relax your shoulders, just let them drop on the ground. And then take a gentle inhale through your nose. And as you're breathing out, begin to drop your head to your right shoulder. The right on your right. So just relax here, relax your left shoulder, let it drop down. And then gently begin to lift your chin up so you can feel a nice stretch on your neck, going down your shoulder. And just keep grounding your shoulders towards the floor. So don't lift your shoulders up. And then slowly drop your chin. It's like you're bringing your chin towards your chest. And then slowly bring your head back to the center. And then take a gentle inhale now through your nose to your belly, filling up your chest. And as you're breathing out, begin to drop your head towards your left shoulder. Once you feel like you're ready here, relax your shoulders towards the floor, relax your elbows, and then begin slowly to lift your chin up so you can feel a nice stretch. If this is too much, you can just drop your chin. But if you feel this is okay, just stay here. And slowly drop your chin towards your chest and slowly come back to your center. Still holding your elbows, take a gentle inhale. And this time as you're breathing out, begin to drop your chin towards your chest, slowly by slowly. And then let your head get heavy. It's like you're dropping your head towards the floor. But at the same time, you're holding your elbows really firmly towards the floor. Relax your shoulders, send them towards the back. And let yourself feel that nice stretch on your neck. You can relax your jaw, relax your face, especially between your eyebrows. We tend to hold a lot of muscles. So relax your elbows, relax every part of your body. And slowly begin to lift your head up. Now this time, as you're breathing in through your nose again, and as you're breathing out, begin to lift your chin high to where you feel comfortable. You can go all the way back, and then allow the back of your head to get heavy, dropping the entire weight towards the floor, towards the back. Relax your shoulders down, relax your chest and your belly. And when you feel ready, bring your chin back down, back to the center. So anytime during the session and you feel like your neck is not giving in a bit of alignment with the event, just bring yourself into stretching the neck side to side and allow your neck to feel good. I'm wishing you all the best with the event, and it was nice to practice with you.
As we go on and as we are relaxed, we'd like to start with a word of prayer. Now that we're relaxed, thanks to the power of that.
Live and pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today. We thank you so much for all the safe travels that we've had. We thank you for the opportunity to gather here and speak about youth entrepreneurship as we go on along the day, that you may be with us. We believe that with you, we will be good and we will be okay. So thank you, God, and we pray for strength as we go on, that you may be with us. And we pray for, and we thank you for the guests that are here and the insights that we're going to share, that you may give us the energy to connect, to come together and be with you. In all this, we pray that glory and honor may be to you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me very well. Can you hear me? Good morning. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be an exciting day. I can already feel the energy. We've danced, we've stretched, we've exercised. Super, super happy to be here. So welcome, everyone, for the East Africa Social Business Forum on Youth Entrepreneurship. It's an inclusive space bringing together everyone. So we are super, super happy to have you here. So we're going to do a small exercise just to see who's in the room. You're all our guests today, or rather the guests of Yunus, YY Ventures, and the Friends of Social Business Forum. So if I mention your category, feel free to do this just to see who's in the room. So entrepreneurs in the room, do like this. Let me see who's in the room. Entrepreneurs. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Innovators in the room. Innovators. Are entrepreneurs innovators? Are entrepreneurs innovators? Okay, let's do this. And innovators, let's do it one more time. Entrepreneurs. Okay, innovators. Okay, visionaries. Great, you got that right. Partners. Investors. Friends. Okay, wonderful. Let's do one more category. Uganda. You can say I scream. Tanzania. Oh, wonderful. Yay, wonderful. Rwanda. Oh, wonderful. Okay, Kenya. Okay, wonderful. Bangladesh. Hey, okay, wonderful. Germany. Wow, I got that right. Oh, wow, who have I missed? Uganda, I said Tanzania. I said that. Okay, anyone else I have missed? Nigeria. Ghana. Oh, USA. Nigeria, there's always a Nigerian in the room. Always a Nigerian in the room, always. Yay, wonderful, wonderful. So, Ethiopia, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So great to see you all. It's an absolute pleasure for us to be here. I welcome you all on behalf of Yunus Center, YY Ventures, and the Friends of Social Business Forum. So my name is Linda Onyango. I'm going to be one of the MCs for today. I run a company called SME Support Center, and we are a consulting firm that we work across Africa and support entrepreneurs, governments, and associations in the world of entrepreneurship. So it's such a pleasure to truly moderate this session and to be part of you today. We are super, super happy for you to join us in Tangaza. It's a beautiful college. I must say I've never been here, which is sad, but it's truly a beautiful college. We are going to have panels, workshops, networking, and so much more. It's all matters social entrepreneurship. It's all matters startups and the mission behind social entrepreneurship, which I'm very, very passionate about. So we are super, super happy to host you today. Maybe we can give a round of applause for Tangaza for hosting us so graciously today. The room is wonderful, the room is nice, it's so well organized, beautiful seats, beautiful flowers, and so we are so comfortable in this place. So at this point, I want to invite my co-MC. She's called Beth. She's going to take you through the next session, and we're going to do some sort of exchange so that it's not only me or her. But welcome, everyone. Feel at home, feel free, feel energized, and network and learn. And let's get inspired for our next generation. Let's just soak it all in. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Beth Koigi, and I'm a social entrepreneur, and I am the founder of a company called Magic Water. We work with communities that are in arid and semi-arid regions to provide them with access to clean drinking water through use of innovative water technologies such as air-to-water technologies. And for me, this is a very special moment. They say never meet your hero, and I get to meet Professor Muhammad Yunus, and I have no regrets, and I'm very happy to be here. I also would like to invite everyone, investors, entrepreneurs, we invite you to be at home and also to take ownership and have fun with this forum. So the purpose of this forum is to participate in a journey of learning, listening, and sharing our stories. And more important, connecting with people who we share the same visions and objectives. And on that sense, I would like to, in Kenya we have a culture where you don't invite yourself to people's houses and start treating yourself to things like eating, and you have to be invited. So I would like to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Tangaza University College to welcome us and give us permission to go on with this day. That is Reverend Dr. Leo Simon Mwenda. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. With the excitement I have, if I do not read my welcome remarks, I will talk forever, so please allow me to read these welcome remarks. So our keynote speaker, Professor Muhammad Yunus, who is a Nobel Peace Laureate and founder of Bank, Mr. Hassan Reitz, founder and CEO of Grameen Creative Lab, Ms. Lamia Moshe, the Executive Director of Yunus Center, Mr. Shaiz Islam, founder and Managing Director of YY Ventures, distinguished presenters, participants, and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to Tangaza University College for this first East African Social Business Forum. We are honored to welcome you, Yunus Social Business family, to Tangaza University College. We call Tangaza the home of social entrepreneurship, social transformers, and so when you are here, you are home. The theme of this conference, Unlocking the Entrepreneurial Potential and the Spirit of the Youth in East Africa, speaks to the mission that we, Tangaza University College, hold and propagate. At Tangaza, our educational approach is to unlock the potential of our students to become agents of social transformation. Since the year 2010, Tangaza has been a key actor in the entrepreneurial ecosystem through capacity building for social entrepreneurs. Having trained in excess of 300 social entrepreneurs, you can now understand why this event is so important for us. The theme of entrepreneurship is such an important input for especially us in Africa today in regard to young people. As an academic institution, we have a crucial role to play in unleashing the potential of the youth to transform our world. We cannot but keep insisting on entrepreneurship. It is by creative and innovative entrepreneurial mindset that we will provide solutions to many of our socio-economic needs here in Africa and in the world. Our economies will flourish. We will create jobs for our young people. We will unlock our potential in technological developments and generally improve the living standards of our people. It is our business as an institution and as a society to minimize and where possible remove all barriers that hinder our youth from fully using entrepreneurship as a tool to fight poverty and to create a better society. That is why a conference like this is so important to create synergy amongst the various actors of entrepreneurship in this ecosystem. Looking at the topics that will be discussed and the profile of our speakers, I am confident that the experiences that will be shared, the insights and best practices that will energize us to continue working to unlock the youth potential for entrepreneurship and for change. This gathering will provide an opportunity to forge new partnerships, friendships, networks, and collaborations. Once again, I want to welcome all the speakers, all the panelists, participants, the organizers to Tangaza University College. It is a great honor for you, to us that you have visited our university. A special welcome, of course, to our keynote speaker, Professor Muhammad Yunus, for the partnership with the Tangaza University College. It is a collaboration that we as Tangaza value and we hold dear, and for us to become part of this global movement for transformation of the world. You're coming here
how we can tackle the most pressing issues of our time using the tool of social business and fueled by youth and youth entrepreneurship. The experience we bring here is built on the work and global movement initiated by Nobel laureate Professor Mohammad Yunus, whose groundbreaking creation of Grameen Bank and more than 40 other social businesses in Bangladesh encompassing healthcare, education, renewable energy, telecommunications, technology, textiles, nutrition, clean water, you name it, has impacted on the lives of millions and millions of people in Bangladesh, creating sustainable development impact from below. But this is not just in Bangladesh, it's gone around the world, and has been replicated in virtually every country in the world. Just as an example, in the US, Grameen America has this year, or just this month, crossed providing $3.2 billion in loans to 170,000 low-income women entrepreneurs in the 25 cities as of today. Besides microcredit, the concept and practice of social business, non-dividend companies that solve social problems as defined by Professor Yunus, has been replicated around the world across every sector and influence young people all around the world to become entrepreneurs instead of job seekers. Many of the organizations that have taken social business globally are here today. Our holistic movement for social business and youth entrepreneurship for East Africa, supported by the Yunus YY Starts with just one individual. And with passion. That is something that is not unique to Bangladesh or any other place. It is universal in all of us. As the Executive Director of the UNO Center and the Chairperson of YY Ventures, I welcome you all to our forum and invite you to have meaningful interactions on how we can collaborate and build strong, sustainable partnerships that benefit us all. I want to thank our partners, Tangaza University College, UNOS Environment Hub, UNOS Social Business, Grameen Creative Lab, YY Foundation, Dutch Postcode Lottery, and Aspen Network for Development Entrepreneurs for making this forum possible. I want to thank all the speakers for their contributions and the participants traveling from across borders to make this event a success. Last but not least, I want to give a special thanks to the organizing team, UNO Center, my colleague Shihab and Zinat, YY Ventures, Shazib and his team, and the Friends of Social Business for their endless hard work and dedication to make the forum possible. We are deeply grateful for all of your support and commitment to creating a better future for us all. Thank you also to Professor Mohammad Yunus, whose vision and indefatigable hard work brings us together and inspires us all. Thank you for joining us today, and hope you have a great day of learning, sharing, and experiencing. And to quote Hans's favorite social business principle, do it with joy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lamia. Thank you, Lamia, for your great words. I'm very inspired being a social entrepreneur and having some interaction with the UNO Center. It's a pleasure to have you here. And also, we are very grateful for your tireless work in creating a world where people are adapting social businesses as, a choice of, career. And this is also very exciting because here in Kenya, everyone is an entrepreneur. We call them side hustles. So whether you're employed or, you do other things, everybody owns one and above businesses. So that's a very good sign. So I'm super excited to introduce our next speaker. Him and his team made this forum possible. He works very passionately to empower Kenyan youths, and he brings together little pieces of the puzzle that are necessary for creating a sustainable future and bring about social transformation. So let's give a warm welcome to Brother Dr. Jonas Yawovi. He's the Director, Institute for Social Transformation here at Tangaza. So welcome.
Wow. To our keynote speaker, Professor Mohammad Yunus, Father Dr. Leo Mwendwa, our acting VC, to Ms. Lamia Moshad, the Executive Director of UNO Center, Mr. Hans, always energetic, co-founder of and CEO of Grameen Creative Lab, Mr. Shazib, my friend, and founder of and managing director of YY Venture, Christina Jagal, also co-founder of and managing director of UNOS Environmental Hub, members of the UNOS family in East Africa and Africa and from other parts of the world, participants, guests, good morning. Really excited to be here this morning. We are gathered here because we believe and we are committed to this continent, Africa, beautiful continent. And we are coming from different sectors across the different sectors. And we are coming to celebrate. I heard that word yesterday. Okay? To celebrate the amazing work that we are doing in the UNOS family. And then you can see, you'll hear so many different groups. I think Lamia talked about the Grameen Bank, the Environmental Hub, all this. So it's a beautiful family. And we also gathered here to learn from each other and to get re-energized for the work that we have to do for this continent. For me, the theme that is chosen for this gathering is very important for Tangaza University College for the simple fact that first, we are an academic institution, and as an academic institution, we work primarily with the young people to unlock their potential. I think Father Leo mentioned that. Again, I also believe that we are in a privileged space to influence the next generation of people who can transform this continent. And we have the tool in our hand. The tool is education. It's the most powerful tool you can have to transform this world. And the third point for me is at Tangaza, we really believe in the social transformation of this continent. And the future of this continent depends on our young people. And they have all it takes to be able to provide solution for this, to the problems of this continent. You know, it's true that there are many problems on this continent. That's true. Okay? You go everywhere, you find problems. But one thing that I don't understand, why we have so many problems on this continent and we still talk about unemployment. So there is something that is not working, something wrong. So the fact that we are talking about unemployment where we are surrounded by problems is not normal. I think we need to know that it's not normal. Then there is something wrong with what we do. Sometimes I ask myself, as an educator, are we part of the problem? Are we offloading into the society people who are not prepared? If that is what we are doing, then we are part of the problem. It's a concern for me. So we really, any serious academic institutions today should be thinking of what we are producing, and if we are part of the problem or we are part of the solution. But I believe that our gathering here is that we want to stress that we are part of the solution, and we want to crack the code of unlocking young people's potential for entrepreneurship. The message that we want to send here is possible that we unleash this power of young people. That is why, for us, the Union Social Business Center is important. It's important. Collaboration is very important for us to be part of this movement. And it's my strong belief that we have on this continent young people who are creative, ingenious. But the problem is that most of the time, this ingenuity of young people is caged. It's caged. Sometimes education contributes to cage this ingenuity of young people. So that is what we want to do. We want to free that spirit of creativity, innovation in our young people. And by doing that, we should be able to create a critical mass of social innovators who are actually tackling problems. But that requires a radical change in what we are doing in our academic institution. Union Social Business Centers are proposing, giving us a model to follow. For me, I fully believe in the vision of zero unemployment of Professor Yunus. This is why Tangaza became part of this global movement. Our contribution to this vision is to ensure that students graduate not only with degrees, but they graduate with an innovation, with a social business. That is what we are doing in what we call Tangaza Union Social Business Center. We call it specifically Social Innovation Sandbox, because it's a sandbox, a place for people to experiment and learn and create. Okay, that's what we are doing. It's our concrete contribution to this world of zero unemployment. So under the same umbrella of UNUS, Tangaza UNUS Social Business Center, we have what we call Laudato Si 3.0 Club. And it's a very interesting combination. We draw inspiration from the Pope for his encyclical letter, and we draw inspiration from Professor Yunus for his ideal of the 3.0 Club. And for us, it was interesting because I know Professor Yunus and the Pope are friends, and they work together. So we combine both of them, and what we are doing. And it's one of the very active environmental group within the college, and then under, again, this umbrella. So we seek really to create students who are innovators. And to do that, we also have to think about educators who are innovators. I think for the organizers and the people present in this room, we might be thinking our next conference, instead of unleashing the power of young people for entrepreneurship, we need another conference on unlocking the potential of educators for innovative education. Maybe that could be our challenge. So I believe that our gathering here is part of writing a new narrative of Africa, a positive one. I want to finish by inviting you to imagine for a moment a society where every student gets out from university with an innovation, with a social business, with a concrete solution to a problem. Just imagine that. I think we will realize the world of zero unemployment. Something that inspired me. Last time in the Global Social Business Forum, Professor Yunus said, when he started the Bank, everybody was telling him it's not possible. So he said, when they tell you it's not possible, work to make it possible. So we are going to work to make the world of zero unemployment possible. And Tangaza is committed to that. Thank you.
One more clap for me. Thank you very much, Brother Jonas. Very, very inspiring. You're either part of the problem or part of the solution. You choose. You're either part of the problem or the solution. Entrepreneurship. Is it easy? Well, are entrepreneurs born or made? How many say born? Born. And put your hand up nicely. How many say born? Okay, how many say made? Oh, interesting, interesting. Okay. How many say both? Sorry. How many say both? Oh, wonderful. You know, a personal story. 10 years ago, if you had told me I would be an entrepreneur, I would have told you, impossible, impossible. I was one of those people who, I was in the corporate sector. That was my life. I was in that path. I was rising, I was leading teams. It was one of the largest global consulting firms. And then I met an entrepreneur who changed my life. I never thought I had anything in me for entrepreneurship, never. Really, to be very honest, really, really, really. Yeah, so I'm truly leaning on entrepreneurs are born, all human beings, potentially are born entrepreneurs. And I'm picking words from Professor Mohammed Yunus. There's so many problems around us right now. Everything, especially this year, the projections, things are looking numb. But it's important to remind ourselves that we have the power to change our reality. But how did we get here? That's a question we have no one better to answer but the man who's driving this global movement of change makers. He's the father of social business and microcredit, the founder of Bank, and 2006 Nobel Peace Prize laureate. It's such an honor for me to be here, to welcome you. And because I'm a Christian, and the Bible says, give honor to whom honor is due. I'd like us to all rise and invite Professor Muhammad Yunus for his keynote address.
Thank you very much. Well, my job is to sit there and listen to everybody. That's what I was doing. My job is not to talk today. But I got very excited about the things that have been said, particularly focusing on entrepreneurship. And that's the subject that I've been always trying to draw attention to. And I was very happy that you have been focusing on that subject. Today's gathering is very special. We do all the events a number of ways. Today's event is special for me, and I'm sure, I hope, you'll find it special for you too. For me, it is special because after a long time, I get a chance to get back to Nairobi. I was a regular visitor to Nairobi. I've been visiting everywhere in Nairobi, in Kenya, and the neighboring countries. But then, it stopped for a long time. So this is the first time that I come back and say hello to my friends here. And I'm sure there are many that I couldn't meet this time, but I will say hello to all of them that I'm here and say hello. There are lots and lots of memories of the work that's been done in Kenya. All the NGOs, all the social organizations who've been doing it. Enormous experience that has gone through, and I'm sure it has impacted a lot in Kenya and the neighboring countries. This is a special because I come back. It's also special because I got used to virtual meetings. Virtual meeting is good. Zoom meeting is always good. You get things done sitting at home. You can do meeting anywhere in the world simultaneously, but not leaving your home, your own workplace, wherever you are. So I'm not undermining the importance of Zoom meetings and virtual meetings. But today, coming out of those Zoom meetings, finally be in a physical meeting, I see what I was missing. I couldn't do the handshake to each other, cannot look at each other and hug. That is something very important for the kind of things we try to do, try to build up the community, build up the spirit. So today I get that chance to be with you and shake hands and give hugs and say hello to each other physically. So that's very important, special for me for this conference. Another special I was thinking as I was listening, it's because we're doing it in Africa. And many of the speakers mentioned that, why it is so important. When you look globally, all the things, all the progress, all the kind of marching forward is taking place in the world, Africa as a continent is seen to be in the lower end of the line. It's not in the middle, it's not in the front. It's in the lower end. And I have been celebrating that, being at the end rather than in the front. I'm celebrating it because all the time I'm saying the things that we do today are done in a wrong way. As a result, we created a wrong world, which put us in a suicidal path. Our time on this planet is marked. Finishing line, we can almost see, is coming every day. Because we design our life, we design our thinking, we design our everyday action completely on wrong premises. As long as we continue in those same premises, same thoughts, the finishing line will get closer and closer and closer very soon, and it will be over. So what this has got to do with the being in the end of the line? And why am I celebrating that? In order to turn around everything, we have to turn around the line. Those who are in the front, they would be in the back, because they are the cause of all the trouble that we made for us, all of us. So they have to learn from the zero level. Those who are at the back, when you turn around, they're in the front, because they don't have baggages to carry. The frontliners have all the baggages. They have to unload themselves to pick up the new things so that they could survive. But those, unfortunately, at that time, seen as the end of the line, they don't have baggages because they are the one missing one. So they can pick up the new things very quickly. So that's the opportunity for Africa. In Africa, if the world survives, if big if, will be providing the leadership. It will not be one there following everybody else, no more. Because this is enough. We know what to do when we proceed. That's where one word that you have been discussing all morning about entrepreneurship, which is fundamental. You talked about unemployment in Africa. Maybe that is an opportunity now. It's an opportunity because we don't want to be employed. That's the basic thing. And that's the message, that's the kind of issue that I've been raising with all of you all the time. We are not born to work for anybody else. That's enough. That's part of the slavery. We don't want to be slaves. We are free human beings. We are born free. And that's what's special about human beings. The essence of human being, how would you describe a human being? What is the essence of a human being? To me, enormous creativity that each one of us as a human being bring to this planet. Each one of us. Unique. It's not a repetitive thing. Each one is a unique being. As a child, I always wondered why the thumbprint doesn't repeat. After millions and millions and billions of people on this planet, you cannot repeat a thumbprint. And that's what human being is. It's unique. It's a unique creation. It cannot be repeated. So each one of us is a unique creation with enormous creativity. That's the identity of human being. Our uniqueness and our creativity. All our smart people came to tell us that no, you go to school, get a good degree, and get a job. And it's over. What a shame. Is this what the human life is supposed to be? Preparing to become a slave ever since I was born? Learning things so that my slave master will like me? Hire me? Put it in his service? Is this what human life is all about? Absolutely not. Some people trying to make out some kind of a structure, they thought, well, employment is the solution for human beings. Some people will be entrepreneurs, they will be hiring them. Employees will be the hired guns for them. They will pay them, the entrepreneurs will pay them, and the hired guns will go and bring wealth for them. And the owner or the entrepreneur will give you a little bit, and the employees will be wagging their tails, they are happy. Is this what the human life is all about? No. So we have to redesign the whole thinking process. That's what this entrepreneurship becomes about, focusing on that. Our schools, our colleges, our universities are teaching the wrong things. Telling every student, work hard, learn all this, so that you get a good degree. Why? Then you get a job. With an absolutely wrong message. So what we have been discussing in this, redesigning, turning around the line that we are talking about, we don't want to proceed on that way. We created an education system where we'll be told as we enter that education system, what is the purpose of your life? You know, in the entire education system, you go through grade 1 to all the way to PhD, that question was never asked. What is the purpose of my life? Why am I here? Am I some accidental thing that I'm here? Or I have a purpose, no matter how it came, but I have a purpose on this planet. What is the purpose? Will somebody talk about it? Education system doesn't want to talk about it. Families don't want to talk about it. All they talk about, work hard so that you get a good job, so that you can take care of us when we are old. What an absurd idea. You have a diamond in your hand. You're treating like a pebble. You don't know who you are. You are the wonder of the wonders of creation. But you treat yourself and you treat each other as if you are just something on the street. So that is the very wrong thing that we have done. So when we redesigned the system, to protect our, we redesigned the system not just for the fun of it. Now it is a question of survival. If you don't redesign, we don't exist. We hear about global warming and all kinds of things. We'll keep saying that, well, time is coming. If we cannot reduce global warming, that's the end of it. We make promises, we make commitments, we make announcements, telling each other. Then go around, do the same thing, same old ways. If you do the same old ways, no matter what you do, the result will be the same. A very simple truth that I try to repeat. I said, if you go by the same road, it will always take you to the same destination. Old roads cannot take you to a new destination. We all know that. But we do that all the time. We keep promising that the world will be different. How? following the old roads. If you follow the old roads, the world will not be different. It will be worse. We keep saying that the civilization that we are so proud of, which is built for years and years and years, very proud of that civilization. I said, what is the civilization now? Is there anything left of that civilization? It's sinking. It's a sinking boat. And still you're singing the song of the old civilization. If you keep on singing the song of the old civilization, you are finished. So this is the time to build a new boat, new ship, new civilization, so that you can jump out of the old sinking ship to a new ship. Only then you can do that. In order to do that, you have to undo everything that you have done. It's not just a tiny little thing. It's a fundamental thing. And those issues that we have been raising, discussing, part of those fundamental things. It looks little thing to become entrepreneur. We are challenging the whole structure when you say we become entrepreneur. Because you are told you have to be an employee. Now you defy that. So what is left? So this is where our chance, the special point that I was trying to highlight. Africa will lead the way. Because they'll be quick to build a new civilization because they have no baggages to carry with them. So this is the direction we want to go. And that's where we have been talking about creating a world of 3 zeros. Sum it up. This world is not going to survive. That's very clear. Our leaders, our prime ministers, cabinet members, our politicians always assuring that don't worry, we are doing all the things. Our scientists saying we are getting closer and closer to the finishing line. So they don't match. So who should we believe? Should we believe our politicians who are promising that everything will be okay? We believe in our scientists who are saying that everything is not okay. And one way to interpret what the scientists are saying, our house is burning in a big way. But inside the house, we're still partying, enjoying ourselves, having fun, because our politicians say, no, don't worry about it, we'll take care of it. Nobody will take care of it. We have to take care of it. So it's a call for us to take care of it, not wait for promises. Promises will not make us survive. So we have to get out from the partying mode and start stopping the fire. As simple as that. Because fire is getting worse and worse. So that's the thing that we have to find, that urgency. There is no urgency. You make beautiful speeches. We have a COP26, COP27, God knows how many COP will be happening. We'll be promising, yeah, everything is taken care of. Yeah, of course, it may be 2030, maybe 2050, maybe 3,000. But we are taking care of it. We are not. By 2030, by 2050, we'll not see anybody here. They're all gone. It's so close. We're not talking about in terms of centuries. We're talking in terms of decades, if you're lucky. If a new generation will be there by 2050, will there be a generation? No, we don't know. Today is 2023, not far from 2050. So we're not talking in terms of maybe it will happen in the next couple of centuries later. It's not like that. Nobody's saying that. But we don't follow that up. So that's where we're saying we have to build the new roads quickly, build the new ship quickly, and jump on to the new ship. what will be the new civilization that we are talking about like? So I try to define it, even if it is kind of for the time being. All the wealth we create in the world, all the wealth we create within our own country, so all the money, all the wealth goes to them. That will be an unworkable system which will collapse by itself. It cannot function. But we carry it on. The third zero is zero unemployment. I'm not talking zero unemployment in the context of creating entrepreneurship, which is important. But I bring the unemployment issue from the technology front. We're all so excited, everybody around the world, including in Nairobi, newspapers full about artificial intelligence. So happy. I don't have to read anymore. The machine will read it for me. Tell me what it is there. I don't have to write anymore. It's already here. ChatGPT or other versions of it. Until now, we're just saying artificial intelligence is coming. And we're excited. Because machine will do all the work, we don't have to do any work. Very happy. And I keep raising the questions, if you are not doing any work, who is going to feed you? The people who are in support of the artificial intelligence, the economists particularly, they come with a very quick solution. Don't worry about your food. We'll provide you universal basic income. I said, oh my God, is this the fate of human being? Live on a universal basic income. Meaning somebody will give you food every month. State will give you universal basic income. So is it what we are looking for, becoming beggars? We become universal beggars, all of us? Somebody feed us, and we don't do anything? That's why I was defining human being first as the most creative of all creations. If you are creative, your life is meaningless if you don't create. Being beggar, sitting there being fed by somebody, is not what human beings have brought in this life for. I said, even then, if for the sake of argument, I agree that, okay, state will provide the food. Where is the state? Who runs the state? Smart machines will run the state. Because we are dumb human beings. You cannot run the state. So they will be running the state, running everything. So why should they care about you? What is their responsibility to feed you? So in any case, do you have to depend on the decision of the machines for your life? My simple conclusion was no. We don't want artificial intelligence. That was my decision. I said we have to draw a line, very clear line. Divide technology in two parts. Already it's in two parts, but we don't recognize it. Now we recognize it and create that red line. Technology can be a blessing for human beings, which it has been for many, many years. Technology can be a curse for human beings, which it has in the past, very marginally, but now it will be coming in a big way. So red line is, we must decide now before ChatGPT and all those things become bigger and bigger, and you lose control of everything. If you lose, you're not going to get back. That's for sure. It's a one-way traffic. So this is the decision-making time that we all agree to the whole world, everybody agrees. Our technology cannot cross this line. We should not give up our decision-making and creating energy-using capacity as a human being. That bit is protected. We will not go to the technology which will take it away from us. So that's why I said technology, artificial intelligence is creating a world with 100% unemployment. That's the promise of the artificial intelligence. You don't have to work. And I'm reversing it. I said I'm talking about the zero unemployment. All human beings will be active in the glory of its own creativity. Nobody will be sitting around just to be served by somebody else. That's the direction we have to go. That's the 3 zeros. So now these 3 zeros are being discussed and see what can be done. We are not waiting for the governments to pick up the 3 zeros and do that. That's the change of the direction. We have to do it. How do we do that? That's where the social business comes in. Because that business concept is the wrong concept. And we accept it. We teach it. We practice it. We swear by it. It is so fundamental in our life. Business means maximization of profit. I said that's the end of human being. We created a civilization. The whole civilization is based on one basic principle: profit maximization. So with profit maximization, we become money-making robots. And that's what we are right now. We are no longer human beings. That's why we created global warming, wealth concentration, and everything else. Because we're not human beings. Money-making, profit maximizing pushed us into the direction where we just sniff money and get intoxicated by the money and create the world and destroy the world. So that's not the direction we want to go. So we want to create a civilization of 3 zeros based on human values. If there is something called human values, this is the time to discuss and figure out what is a human value. Can we build a society, can we build a civilization based on human values, not on profit maximization? That doesn't fit into human life. So this is where we are. And this is a very exciting moment for all of us to make those decisions. In order to make it easy, we are talking about 3-0 clubs. Young people, because we're focusing on the young people. You dismiss the older generation because they come with old ideas. They are filled with old roads. Tell you how to proceed on the old roads. Don't listen to them. They are misguiding you. Build new roads for yourself, for your survival. You know best. And you are the most powerful generation in human history. Young generation. Much better than your old generation. So why look at them? Don't look at them. Be yourself. Take charge of this planet and create the world that you want to have. I said you are not passengers on this planet. This planet is a spaceship. You are not passengers on this spaceship. You are the pilots on this spaceship. Take charge of this planet and make sure we go to the right destination and build those new roads to get there. So the youth becomes the most important component of the whole thing. That's why we're here. And we talk about entrepreneurship for them, talk about the new kind of business to solve problems rather than make money. So reverse it. Everything is reversing. Instead of employed, we become the entrepreneurs. Instead of making money for ourselves, we say zero profit. People get shocked. How can people work without money, without profit? I said, this is the first time you're hearing that? Did you hear about all the religions have been saying this? Charity, give them people, and you do that willingly? Every religion encourages you. So suddenly you get shocked. How can people do things without profit? You do it every day. Simply, economic theory never recognized you. So we say now economic theory will recognize you only as a human being. You do things because you want to bring change to the lives of the people. You want to create the life you want. And that's what the world would be. You design the world and make it happen. So the 3-0 Club is to transform yourself as an individual, as 3-0 persons, so that you do not contribute as a person to global warming, world concentration, and unemployment, and all that. Now, not only that, all institutions has to change. My life began with the banking system. I say it's the wrong system. And ever since I was saying it has to be corrected. Why can't the banks be 3-0 banks? Design the banks, because banks are at the core of all the problems we are creating. They are financing it. The sweet talk it in front of the camera, but actually they are the ones destroying the planet. Because they put in the money to destroy. Everything that we do is financed by the banks. So we said, forget about the old bank. New bank will be 3-0 banks. They will make sure the rules, procedures that they will not contribute to global warming. They will not contribute to wealth concentration. They are the vehicle through which wealth concentration takes place. That's why super becomes, because the banks are the way to you. Those guys who's high, he'll pour more money to. Go ahead. We have to create 3-0 banks, 3-0 businesses, 3-0 governments. So whatever you do, it has to be a 3-0 policy. Only then we get there. Not just making speeches, holding global conferences, and go home and say, oh, we made progress. It's not progress, survival. Progress will mean nothing when everybody is dead. Finish. So it's a very crucial thing. It's not just a tiny issues that we are raising. It's a fundamental issue. Some may immediately say it looks good. Some may say it doesn't sound right. But think about it. Because unless we create that new civilization, we have no future left. And thank you for coming, for discussing and having this discussion, not only in the conference room, also go back, talk to your friends, talk to your children, talk to your parents. What is human being is all about? Where we are right now. What should we do? Imagine what should you do. That's another critical issue that I want to underline, that if we imagine, it will happen. If we don't imagine, it will not happen. Imagination has tremendous power. If you think about a world of 3 zeros, surprise and surprise, it will happen. If you don't think about 3 zeros, it will never happen. Thinking has a big power. Everything begins with thinking, imagination. Imagination is the key. Please do imagine. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words and your relentless pursuit to creating a world of the 3 zeros. It's a pleasure to have you here, and always a pleasure to listen to you. We've had an opportunity to listen to him in person. Usually it's virtually. And welcome again, and hopefully we'll have more of this for the youth in East Africa. I think, it's our time as Africa being that the biggest population is young people. So it is our time. Thank you so much. So moving on, we would like to introduce our first panel. And the speakers at the panel are going to talk about the importance of promoting youth, entrepreneurship as a means of creating jobs, reducing poverty, and driving sustainable economic growth in the region. Not only will the panelists talk about the importance of social entrepreneurship, they will further explore actionable insights and recommendations for stakeholders in the youth entrepreneurship ecosystem. That is in Africa. Hopefully we can, create a new voice, a new agenda for all our government to talk about social entrepreneurship. Even now in Kenya, you can only register an organization as a company or as an NGO, so you are not anywhere in between. You do not have the hybrid model. So this is a wake-up call for us, for our government and everyone who is involved. So for this session, one of the moderator for this session is a friend for Unicenter. He comes from a country which is one of the largest producers of textile. And as you can see, people from that country have the best dress code in this room. So I'd like to introduce Shihad, and you can see from the way he's dressed that this is true. He's from Bangladesh.
Amjambo. Daima Kenya. Daima Kenya. Habari ya asubuhi. Jina langu ni Shihab. Nafurahi kuwa Nairobi, nafurahi kuwa Kenya for 4 years now. Mimi ni mmoja wenu. So now that I've exhausted all my Swahili, let me bring my fine panelists over here. It will be a great conversation. We are going to see how ideas are turned into solutions, social business solutions and impact. And who do I start with? My friend, Daniel Ayebare, from all the way from Uganda. Come up on stage. Okay. And next, Daniel is the founder and managing director of iAfrica Foundation, if I got that right. Have a seat, sir. And we have with us then Maria Palmieri, the managing partner of Grameen Creative Lab. Maria, all the way from Italy. One of the great minds of the young generation of social business. Have a seat, ma'am. Then we have Sadia Zahid, the Chief Operating Officer of Sadia Hussain, oh my God, of Viva Ventures. And last but not least, all the way from Manhattan, New York, my favorite American in recent times, after Obama, of course, is Mr. Jack Hartpence. The owner, founder, everything about Power Water. Thank you, Jack. Have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your panel for half an hour. All right. The nice speakers up there. So, Cebu, Daniel, I remember a couple of years ago, in fact, 8 to 10 years ago, you first met Professor Muhammad Yunus at the One Young World Conference in Dublin. Kofi Annan was there, Professor Yunus was there, and back then you were one of the guests, one of the audience members, a young student or a young, what you can say, a Kickstarter. 10 to 12 years later, you're now one of the panelists at his conference. So round of applause to Daniel. So Daniel, you have been helping us, being one of the leading change makers in Kampala, Uganda, working with Kampala International University. Professor Mpesa is here from there. Hello, sir. So just briefly to talk about what were you doing there for the past 13 months. We also have a video, mind you, for 5 minutes. So after you give the introduction, we will showcase the video for sir.
Thank you very much, Sebo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am profoundly honored to be here. Indeed, we usually talk of the American dream and all those. Mine is an African dream come true because indeed when I met Professor Hennessy, I met him, he didn't meet me, first of all, to make that clear. When I met him in 2013 in Johannesburg for the One Young World, there were quite a lot of people speaking there and really high profile. You've mentioned some of them. but I can guarantee you the only words I remember were from Professor Yunus then. I met him again the following year in Dublin, and I still don't remember any other speech apart from his speech. And really reason because he spoke to my soul at that time. I'm an economics graduate, and so I always had a problem with the economics that they were teaching us. One time I asked my lecturer, and indeed we were talking about education, the education institutions. We were talking about development, how the measurements and everything, and I'm like, okay, all this is happening, but do we care about the equity? For example, if the equality, if we are making so much money in the world, does it really speak to the last person in the village? He said, that's an issue for politicians. I said, okay, and I lost morale, but I had to continue, of course, and graduate and go ahead and do studies. So I started working in the bank, which, of course, when I reached there is a CSR policy for the institution. It was Barclays Bank at the time. And then I found they had a policy where you actually, as employees, are encouraged to go out and go into communities, get gatherings and talk to the people there and help solve them, but mostly specifically the areas of financial literacy. So from the time I was there for almost 7 years, I was a community champion volunteering. That's how I got a sponsorship to the One Young World and then happened to meet Professor Yunus. So again, it's for being faithful with the little that you have that takes you places. So fast forward, I met, again, the rockstar, the cowboy Shazib again, and the team that was in 2015. We had a good friendship there. Today I also wanted to wear tennis shoes, but when I go back home, they will ask me, my parents will ask me, that's not right. So we met again, and then he said, let's start up something, SBYN, promoting social business, bring again, almost the same concept here. It didn't go so well because we were all starting at the time, but the networks were good. And so fast forward, he introduces you to me, and that's how we got to the Ebizibubugaga project that we're doing in Uganda in collaboration with Kampala International University. And we're basically sharing the concept of social business, leveraging social business for youth empowerment. Well, we're doing it in 4 regions, Northern region, Eastern, Central, and Western. And I can guarantee you it's been an amazing project. We have over 20 universities we've engaged. We actually now have a problem for the institutions we didn't consider, like secondary schools and how they were going to come through, and vocational institutions are saying, but this is something that we need to play in the space in. So it's, I think the video will give more of the highlight.
Perfect. And another key aspect about this is the YSBC, the Kampala International University. They were also a collaborator here. That's the first time a YSBC has been in charge of a global national program in East Africa. So Zaha, if you can start the video. It's a quick one.
If we imagine today what kind of world we want, and that's the world will be created.
This project is a social business project where we're trying to leverage the concept of social business in empowering our young people. This program has been run for the last 13 months and has been targeting educational institutions, community-based organizations, and to be specific, secondary schools and universities. We're looking at how we can empower youths both in school and out of school to be able to turn their situations, their dire situations, into opportunities to create value.
At Gulu University, we tell these young people that solve the problem and the dollars will come. Don't start complaining that you don't have the money. Go out to the community, identify a problem, solve it, then the money will come.
So that's why it's called Ebizibubugaga. Instead of looking at problems, Ebizibu means problems. Instead of looking at problems and shining away from them and seeking to give the responsibility to other people, we look at them as an opportunity for us as young people to provide solutions that will not only help the society within which we live in, but will add value not only to ourselves, but to also to the young people and other members of society.
To establish a demonstration center, in fact a demonstration farm, where we train farmers on hands-on skills, and also we provide them with high quality seeds, and then we link them to high input soaps, and also we can also look for market for their products.
We are asked for Katanga, and our project is all about recycling and managing waste. We are making sure that waste is not wasted. That is our slogan, waste not for waste. What we have in plan is to make sure that the waste is disposed rightly, human waste and other waste. We are planning to work on different slums. The sample space is Katete, whereby we shall be collecting human waste or emptying the latrines that are already existing, and also collecting the organic and inorganic waste from those areas.
So right here, we managed to win 2 million shillings in a very serious competition. We are going to use this very same to call upon others as well to come up with different initiatives, different ideas to change their life.
We are so glad because we have won, as you see, we have won 2 million, and this 2 million will help us to promote our project, because the project that we had, we were planning to start constructing buildings using these plastic bottles, but now we were still lacking some funds, but now we have got the fund and we are really going to begin our project.
Well, the thing that I see about the world, what it should be, it's all question of imagination. Imagination is we want to create a world which will be absolutely free from poverty.
I was able to win the competition of writing that imagination. And I believe this money is not, I'm not just going to eat the money, but I'm planning to build up a project that is going to concentrate on climate change.
We believe that 2050, the climate will drastically change. By 2050, the population will be too high, around 9.5 billion. If we can start now, we can save the 2050, the future of 2050. We can save it by starting now.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into that project. Thank you, Professor Muhammad from KIU, and to Lamiapa for our guidance, and Dominique for making it all happen as well as part of the team. Moving on to Maria, very briefly, I know the Grameen Creative Lab does a lot of work globally, but especially in East Africa, we have been focusing for the past 3 years through the passion and guidance with Hans Reeds. What did we actually do from Grameen Creative Lab's perspective in East Africa?
Thank you, and hello everyone. It's my first time in Nairobi. I don't know all those words that she have said at the beginning, so I just said Karibu. But
that's enough.
It's great to be here for the first time, physically, because when we started the project, there was COVID. That was actually the time in which I also joined the team, and we tried as much as we could to leverage on technology to really connect the ecosystem. And over these 3 years, we reached over 1 million people, also streamings on social media. And we had over 3,000 people joining from East Africa, from the region, into these East African Pad Days, we call them. The initial idea, was to connect the ecosystem locally in East Africa. But then what we saw, time by time, is that a lot of people were also joining these programs globally. Because I liked what Beth before said, this spirit, entrepreneurship spirit, that you even have a word here at ISOIL, if I understood it correctly. This is what really is inspiring, I think. Like, we always have maybe this mindset to bring entrepreneurship programs, but it's really like what we need, and this is what we do at the Grameen Creative Lab, is really to connect globally. So we always like carry out these programs, like the Young Challengers program, where we invite over entrepreneurs from all over the world, global south, global north, to merge together and solve problems together as well, because that's where you can get like really these synergies and knowledge from other parts of the world, and that's where the magic happens, really. So this is really what we saw. A lot of then people from these programs joined our global programs, and this is really, if I have to say, the real impact, I think, was to have this like magic happen. Now we have international teams working from all over the world to solve problems together as well, you know? Yeah, and Daniel was like one of the first people I saw in these meetings, always there every year. And like, it's amazing like what you guys did in this year. So really congratulations.
Thank you. It was really difficult for us, like in the pandemic, doing everything online through Zoom, as Professor Yunus was saying. So it's great to be back. I wish we were here a couple of years earlier.
Yeah,
then we would have
definitely.
Thank you, Maria. And my next panelist, Ms. Sadia, Grace Under Pressure. If you could just talk about the collaboration that Yunus Center had with Wawa Ventures in implementing the social business design competition and the fiction challenge as well. What's it about and the impact that we have reached through it?
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi everyone, my name is Sadia Hussain. I'm the CEO of Wawa Ventures, and it is also my first time in Nairobi, so really happy to be here. Just to kind of share very quickly on the work that we've been doing with the Yunus Center globally is, the social business design competition. So this is one of, it was really interesting to see like how many applications came in. I remember we had hundreds of applications, and actually more than half of them came from the African region, right? So which meant that this idea really resonated with the youth of this continent. And the whole idea was to is to inspire people to come up with social business models to tackle problems that we're currently facing. So I think it was really cool to see that those applications, and we had 10 of those teams come in. They went through a learning journey, and 5 of them completed it, and it was really cool just to see the diversity of ideas and the kind of challenges that they were trying to address. Another competition like that was our social fiction design competition, right? And this was also quite crazy because we hear about science fiction, but we also wanted to kind of bring this term social fiction up in the radar and really help people imagine like what kind of world of 3 zeros look like, right? So we also had hundreds of applications from 43 countries. And we have selected the top teams, and they're also going to go through a learning journey right now. But this is the work that we've been doing with the youth. But we've also been supporting entrepreneurship support organizations. So one such project is the East Africa Social Business Ecosystem Builders project that we are currently running. We have, in 4 countries, which is Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda. And here what we want to do is support nonprofit organizations and ecosystem builders to design better incubation programs, right? Accelerators, innovation challenges, all with the hope that this will help support our youth to become entrepreneurs, right? And even if you're an employee, that's as long as you have the entrepreneurial spirit in you. So I think that's the work that we want to keep doing, not just in East Africa, in Asia and around the world, to really, take this idea forward that you can become a change maker yourself.
Thank you. That's very insightful. And also an interesting thing was the design competition and the fiction challenge. The design competition was launched to another YSBC, which was called the Catholic University of Zimbabwe. That's even beyond East Africa. So it was amazing to see how our impact reached outside of East Africa, and it's growing every now and then. Thank you, Sadia. Can we do these competitions on an annual basis now, given the response that we get?
Why not? I thought we saw a really good response, and I think we can do even better next time.
Perfect. Thank you, Sadia. Jack, over to you. We saved the best for the last. So if you could run us through a journey, like how long was a walk from Manhattan to Nairobi? But if you were based in Mombasa first, right? So if you could just talk about your journey, how you became an entrepreneur, leaving your Wall Street career behind, and secondly, why did you choose water?
Yeah, thank you so much. Check. Thank you so much, Shiab. And thank you so much for the entire Eunice family for having me. It's an absolute honor to be here. I'm Jack Hartpence, originally from New York, but I actually live right down the road, so I pretty much could have walked here. Yeah, so my journey into entrepreneurship was an interesting one, as probably all entrepreneurs are. I was in a near-death car accident, August 23rd, 2017, where I was hit by a tractor trailer, a lorry, going around 100 kilometers an hour. And as I saw the truck coming, I had one question, which was, what have I done for the world? What have I done for other people? And my background wasn't in Wall Street, although that might have been the same narrative. It was actually in US politics. And the best way to answer that question probably isn't working in US politics. And so I began thinking, you know, what are the world's most pressing problems? And if that's the question ultimately I'm going to face at death, how can I live my life in accordance to that question? And that really drew me to water. And that's because all data supports a claim that water is the foundation for quality of life on Earth today. And from there, I began looking into, okay, what does the water landscape look like? What does the NGO landscape look like? And one thing that really struck me was the average shelf life of an NGO-led water project in Africa, which is less than 18 months. And man, does that not seem sustainable. And I was really held up on that. And then one day I'm driving down the road again, and I'm a big believer in serendipity. So when the universe throws you a sign, listen. And Dr. Yunus came on the radio. He was on NPR speaking about a world of 3 zeros and how you could use social business to affect things like you know, the climate crisis or water or energy. And it almost felt like he was speaking directly to me. So I remember I pulled off on the side of the road, listened to the entirety of the interview, and then I bought a world of 3 zeros. And shortly after that, Ellie, my business partner, told me, why don't you write him a letter? And so I did, and this was back in 2018. And then a couple months, it was the most expensive letter I ever sent in my whole life, by the way. I think it cost like a couple $100 to send it FedEx to Bangladesh. And shortly after that, I got a call from Shazib saying, hey, why don't you come to the Global Social Business Summit? And then from there, as any entrepreneur, it's all about just building momentum. And so we started by seeing if we could invest into water social enterprises, water social businesses, both in here in Africa as well as in South Asia. And it was through that experience and really some advice from Dr. Yunus that we decided to build a digital solution for the water problem, which is bringing trust and transparency to the private water market that serves over 2 billion people today. And so a lot of small steps is how I got here, I would say, you know, over time and a lot of time. And so, yeah, it's great to be here.
Thank you, Jack. Just to carry on a bit further, the last time we were here with Viva Ventures and Shazib, we saw that Dr. Jill Biden was in Nairobi, and she was talking about the drought situation in Kenya. Like, this country, amazing as it is, has witnessed the worst drought in 40 years. So how could like government policy or even startup social business founders could cater to that? I know your business is in city areas, in certain neighborhoods in Nairobi, but outside of Nairobi, what's the scenario? If you could just like
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks, Shiab. When you think about water, I think, and climate change, you know, there's something that always, a great quote, which is climate change is water change. And I think one of the ways that we're going to feel climate change as humanity is really with water. And that's both depleting of traditional water infrastructure and resources, but as well as rapid urbanization, right? The cities in the world growing the fastest are here in Africa, they're in South Asia and Latin America, and they already have the biggest problem with water. And so we need to be very thoughtful in how we approach this. And I think we need multi-stakeholder engagement, but there's certainly a massive role for entrepreneurs to play. And, you know, maybe I'll just highlight one of my favorite entrepreneurs who just actually was up here, Beth Kogi, who's running an air-to-water system, right? And so basically, Magic has systems where they can produce water out of air, and that's creating new types of water, you know, production. And I think we really need to start getting creative in how we think about water. It's one of the biggest problems we face today.
Exactly, that's absolutely right. If I can get Daniel's attention, so if we come to Kampala, in the capital city of Uganda, what are the couple of major social problems that are out there that a social business can solve? Or if we are talking about a youth movement, 30 clubs, maybe 100, can draw attention to those problems. If you could just share with us.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's, you know, when we call this project Ebizibugaga, it's because if you hit the tabloids, if you hit the news, every other day, the issue that is most outspoken is there is a problem here, there is a problem here. It's either water, it's either food, it's either hunger, and they're saying the next word is government. It means government help us. So we have a very large youth population. When I went to the Wanyangwa, I was a youth then. But 10 years plus after, they still say the youth are our biggest advantage and the future of the continent. But the youth are outgrowing their youth now, and they're still facing the challenges that we have. So unemployment is, of course, number one. Okay, poverty is always number one. That's the biggest enemy we have. But majorly because of unemployment, we used to have seasons that were predictable for agriculture because, you know, that's like our backbone. Agriculture is our backbone as a country. Now the seasons are changing because of climate change. You can't now, the farmers find it difficult to even predict when to start planting or not. So we have every sort of problem. And when we're doing our trainings, we say we have the raw material that we need, which is the problems. Whether it's energy, we still have over 70% of our country not able to access electricity. So they are doing a lot of these small antennas together with all the challenges that it comes with. Reading at night for children is a problem. So we have a very large opportunity as social business entrepreneurs to actually go and practice this. Because certainly the institutions that are there trying to solve these problems are NGOs. And NGOs are also limited at a certain scope. And usually tell guys, if we are looking for freedom as Africans, then we need to own our solutions. Because the next time you annoy this NGO or their funders, they will say we are stopping the funding. Then what happens to the people who are benefiting from that solution? So now the young people are very interested in owning their solutions, the solutions to the challenges that we have, and in a sustainable way. That's why social business, the 3-0 Club agenda has been really a fresh breath of air for all of us.
Fantastic, thank you. Maria, just a quick remark from you. So Grameen Creative Lab has been doing programs all over the world, in South America, in Europe, in Asia. So do you find, when we were implementing our program in East Africa, do you find parallels in the problems that the East African youth had or the communities? Like, are the problems very similar to the ones in Bangladesh or in Eastern Europe or South America? My point is, like, are there similarities in problems which can have a similar solution that would cater to that problem or a solution?
There are absolutely similarities, but of course you also have you need to adapt the context of each country, right? So that's exactly also what we're always trying to do with our trainings is we try to tackle really this unleashing of creativity and innovation, but then of course any kind of training that you do, any kind of process that you do, you need to adapt it to the local context. So what we see, for example, as a common opportunity across everywhere is a bit technology. Like Professor Yunus said, technology, we need to differentiate between, it can be a course, it can be an opportunity. But also what we always say is that young people, they learn to use the technology very quickly. They can learn and lead in defining also, how can we use technology to solve these problems, and how can we use technology how can we contain the damages of technologies. So I would say there's for example, a common approach in this sense that we could leverage on, because technology can also be more global scale. It can be and there's also some solutions from one side that can be very easily implemented in other parts of the countries, and that can really inspire. For example, when we were in Bangladesh at the beginning of this year, and we visited the digital healthcare centers in the rural areas, and for me it was mind blowing because I'm a daughter of a doctor. And I had to see the medical system in Italy and how it works, etc. And it's totally inefficient. Also in Europe, and I saw the most efficient ever clinic in my life. And I went back and I told my dad, Dude, this is the kind of like answer I would give, I would say.
Correct. Sadia, you're talking about before the panel that you had some other exciting ventures that's going on, which involves youth and beyond, if you want to share some of them.
Yeah, I think what would I really want to share with the room here is Huawei Ventures as a company, we're quite young. I think over the last 7 years, we've been incubating and supporting entrepreneurs, and around 70 entrepreneurs who have collectively impacted the lives of 900,000 people in Bangladesh. But our vision for the next 7 years is much bolder, and I would say bigger. And we want to continue supporting entrepreneurs, and through them the work that they're doing to impact change around the world. And we have set ourselves a target, like we want to hit 2 million in terms of the people that we serve. And we will also want to incubate and invest in 100 social businesses around the world, right? So we really need everyone in this room to come join us in that journey to really make this happen. Because one, we know we can't do it alone. Two, I know we can do it better if we join our forces, right? So I think that will be my invitation to the room. Like, let's collaborate, let's talk about more how can we work together and really make the change that we need to make right now.
Great. Another angle would be like, of course, we are investing in social businesses, and actually we want to have thematic proof that are they working, or how can we make them better. In that case, academic research also plays a big role, and that's where I think Yunus Center, we are partnering with East African universities, from Tangaza University to KIU to Makerere and Strathmore. So we have this academic research program that is on. The applications will be coming in, and the online link is open. You can visit Yunus Center's website and get it from there. So we have some funds which builds capacities for doing academic research in these universities. Universities who doesn't have an academic research program, they can still build one through the nurturing of this. And our YSBC, Glasgow Caledonian University, they are being part of it. Professor Cam Donaldson is one of the co-chairs of it. So investing in social business, training them, incubating them, side by side, academic angle research, that's a great
amazing, like getting everyone involved,
yeah,
so that we can make that change sustainable.
Lastly, Jack, I had the privilege of noticing you in one of your weekly meetings with your teams back in your office in Karen, and I was like, you were taking the lead role, you were quoting inspirational stuff like to them, like trying to deal with the operational challenges that you face on a day-to-day basis. Sometimes the trucks don't show up, or there's a leak somewhere else. So how would you say, or what would you say to the youthful entrepreneurs, the young entrepreneurs? Like, how can they focus on the grand vision? Like for you, it would be access to better water at a better price for communities who don't have them, right? So while you're dealing with these operational challenges on a weekly basis, it becomes difficult to see the big picture. So how to balance it out, and what would your advice be to the young entrepreneurs out there?
Yeah, thanks for that, Shihab. That's a great question. I think for us, it's all about the customer at the end of the day, right? And delighting the customer. And if you're able to delight your customer, then your business is doing a good job. But if the customer isn't happy, then that's a really big problem. And so focusing on who is that customer, and what are the things that they need to be happy. And then also one thing that we do at Powwater is we have full transparency into not only the financial health of the business, but all the challenges that we face, because what we're really trying to do is build a team striving for a common goal. And there's a great quote by one of our investors: you want owners of a business, not renters of a business. And so the other thing we do is everyone on our team has equity in our company. And so they actually are a business owner, right? And we want them thinking like that. And so that's something that we continue to press. Hey, what does this decision look like as a business owner? And I think transparency is really key there, because if you're not speaking about your challenges openly on the open floor, especially for an early company like us, I think you're losing a lot of opportunity for innovation. And so that's how we think about it. And yeah.
Great. Sounds easy peasy, but when you do it, it becomes difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are almost out of time. There was supposed to be a Q&A session, but if you would like to have any specific questions to my panelists, you can reach out to me or the Yunus Center's website or someone at Tangaza. I can share their email with them. And I just want to say it has been very insightful listening to these beautiful people and about their work and their struggles and difficulties and their success. And When I was in Bogota, Colombia, talking at a workshop at one of our other YSBCs, one of the students, the young leader, said that when I started this movement in social business, people said, oh, don't go, there is no structure, there is no certification, what to do about it, you are going to get lost in the wilderness. He said that in Spanish. And to which he replied to the audience that I am the wilderness. So it's okay to get lost, but if you follow hard, if you stay true to your heart, you will be found, and you will find yourself. And good luck on your journey in social business. It has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you to my panelists out there. All right, now there's some very fantastic news for everyone. It's coffee time, isn't it? Perfect. So you guys all can proceed, and someone will guide you to the coffee place. And I think it's a 15-minute break, so enjoy your caffeine and some snacks. And we come back to this venue by 11:45 a.m. Kenyan time. Daima, Kenya.
A round of applause for Christina Yeager.
Thank you so much, and welcome from my side. Pleasure to be here with all of you. At Yunus Environment Hub, we drive climate action by supporting social business entrepreneurs and building an ecosystem to enforce the transition to a circular economy and reaching the 3 zeros, especially the zero net carbon emissions. And we have a local team here in Kenya. So we were lucky that throughout the last 3 years, we were able to also implement physical activities on the ground in Kenya. For example, through our Zero Plastic Waste Cities program, where we have supported zero waste initiatives in Nairobi, Mombasa, especially working with youth and CBOs on helping to transform their ideas into social business plans. We also have a regional incubator program across East Africa. It's called Grow Up, in which we are supporting social business entrepreneurs that are tackling specific environmental issues. In the last 3 years, we had entrepreneurs working around solutions in the field of waste management, sustainable food systems, ecotourism, and e-mobility. In fact, tomorrow Professor Yunus and the Yunus family is visiting one of the social businesses we supported in the Grow Up Incubator that is offering an e-mobility solution here in Nairobi. They're called Chua bikes, and they're transforming traditional, like regular bikes into e-bikes that are being used for delivery services to reduce carbon emissions in the city. And thanks to all of these initiatives, we were able to also bring in new partners. One of them is here, it's GIZ, with whom in the last 2 years we have implemented a program that is called Circular Rise, where we do not only work with social businesses who are already working in the circular economy, but we help social businesses across any sectors to become more circular. Because in the end, what you need is that everyone, all of us, we incorporate those principles and help in the transition of our economy to a circular one. And then the last program I would like to mention is the She Academy, where we collaborate also with GIZ and with Absa Bank Kenya on training women entrepreneurs, female founders of MSMEs, who are becoming climate change champions in their communities. And we actually have a big graduation event tomorrow where we are celebrating 500 of these women. And thank you. And one aspect that I would like to mention is that next to the support that our experts and external experts that we bring in for these programs provide to the participants is the community support, the peer-to-peer exchange. And we see a lot of amazing collaboration that is happening amongst the entrepreneurs. So for example, one of the She Stars from the She Academy is using Chua bikes
as a e-mobility delivery service for the last mile production of her products. And also within the Circularize program, we have actually a lot of them happening, and you will have more of that in the panel later on. For example, Padma, who is here with us today, she is producing reusable sanitary napkins. So it's already an amazing circular solution, but now thanks to the Circularize program, she is using the textile cut-offs from another social business for the production of these pads. So these are some of the amazing stories, success stories that are coming out of these programs, and that we want to foster and see more, because in the end, all of us, we need to work together to achieve a world of 3 zeros, of zero net carbon emissions, and the green transition of our economy. So I would also like to express my gratitude to our partners, to the Yunus family, helping us to bring these programs alive, and hand over the floor now to our regional program manager, who is Bramble Omondi, who will introduce the panelists and lead us through the next session. An applause for Bramble, who has been integral of implementing these programs here in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. My name is Bramble Omondi. I'm a Kenyan by birth and by association. And as a Kenyan, I'd rather start with Sheng rather than Swahili. Or let me start with Swahili for the sake of those who are translating to our visitors. Ukiona vyaelea jua vimeundwa, right? So the first panel brought forth ecosystem players in the Yunus family and social business. This panel will bring now the social business themselves, and you'll hear from them what they're doing, their impact towards zero net carbon emission and green transition. So the first panelist is Dennis Karaoke. Dennis Karaoke is the founder of Creus Holding Limited, a circular economy enabler, driving behavior change through gamification in optimization of water and energy consumption. Please clap for Dennis Karaoke. Second one, and you'll realize that women will be more in the stage. We will also give you a statistical evidence why women are more in stage. And this is because working with the social businesses, we realize women-led organizations and our social businesses are quite actively involved in social and environmental impact solutions. And in our program, Circularize, we had 56% were women-led, women-owned businesses. So the second one is Jacinta from Zuri Initiative, Senior Manager, Zuri Initiative. Jacinta leads the field operations. She will tell us more about Zuri Initiative, and as we continue. Then the third one is Madhvi. You have heard her name here, Madhvi Dalal. She's the founder of Padmad, a social business that works to eradicate period poverty by providing reusable sanitary pads to underprivileged communities. And the Yunus Environment Hub did not do this or cannot do this alone. As Christina said, we work in cooperation. So the next panelist is Thomas Yaske. I think I said the name well, Thomas. Sorry. And Thomas is technology issues. So Thomas is the team leader of Employment and Skills for Development in Africa, E4D, in GIZ. Yeah. Thomas is agricultural economist with knowledge and experience in private sector and rural development, employment promotion, and management of natural resources and climate and environmental protection. So let's just start and go straight to the questions, because I know you guys are waiting to hear their stories. So I'll start with our social businesses. So, Dennis, what is CRIOS holding and how is the intervention of Yunus Environment Hub through the E4D program supported you in your work?
Thank you, Bramwell, for that introduction and the opportunity to speak in front of this great audience. As a small entrepreneur, I'm highly grateful for some of the programs that Yunus Environment Hub has been running. I'm glad also to meet the wider extended family of the Yunus Hub. I didn't know there were that many. I'm looking at the names here. I can see there's a great relationship. So CRIOS, we are a circular economy enabler, whereby we help homeowners, organizations, and communities reduce their energy consumption and water consumption through our human-centered and cost-effective optimization services. So basically, we identify areas of energy waste in your environment, in your business, recommend ways on how to reduce them, and help you implement, track the savings that we had promised you. So over time, we realized that there is a gap, that not everybody understands what's this energy optimization. Here in Kenya, for example, when the bills go up, the first thing that comes to mind is, where can I get solar? But I'm here telling people that that's not the only technology that exists. That the greatest asset to your lower energy consumption is how you use the energy yourself. So we are tackling behavior change. You as a human being, you're the greatest asset towards energy consumption reduction in your area of business or in your area of living. So we developed a game, considering that the material behind energy consumption is a bit too technical. We wanted it to start from the youngest person. Somebody as young as 9 years old can understand the impact of leaving a switch on to the economic household, to the economy of the household, to the greater environment. So we made a game in the form of a board. It's a board game, just like Snakes and Ladders. It's very simple, such that you're able to learn tips on how to save energy at your place of work or your place of living. So if it's at school, if it's a kid, when they're at school, they know how to conserve energy and water resources. If it's at home, the same thing happens. So we employed gamification techniques to actually teach and create awareness towards this so that we can create that behavior change from a very tender age. So as we proceeded with the development of the game, we realized that there's a demography that we were missing from. And this is a demography of older teenagers to young adults at the university level who have access to smartphones. People are just entering the employment market. They're just getting their first salary. All of a sudden, the parent is not supporting their bills in the hostels. So the moment they are slapped with an electricity or a water bill at the end of the month, they're like, hey, adulting is a scam. That's not what we were promised when we were kids. So through the Yunus Environment Hub, we taught about circular economy techniques, and that's how we're able now to transition our board game to a digital version, whereby, this way they're able to gain access to the game, play it, learn tips on how to conserve energy and some of the behaviors that they do to waste their energy and water consumption, and actually take action that is actually rewardable on the application. So we are leveraging it on the circularity of the digital transition, that is from the board game to the mobile application. And then you'll be able to leverage on the aspect of social media, such that I can compare what I'm using in my house versus what Jacinta is using in her house. And if I'm doing better, she can always ask, hey, what's it that you're doing better? Or if she's doing better, I can tell her, what's this that I can ask her, what is this that you're doing better? So with that, we are creating a community of change at a very individualized level, whereby we're not telling you that you have to go for the most glorified technology, which is renewable technology, but you yourself, how do you use the already existing energy consuming appliances you have in your house? be it electricity or any other form of energy, be it charcoal or LPG gas. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Jacinta, Zuri initiative combines social business concept and social capital credit through your products and capacity building. Could you explain this to the audience?
Myself, I'm also excited and happy to be here, and also we are really grateful and to be part of the Yunus Environmental Hub BBB program. So the Zuri initiative is a hybrid social business that combines business and social capital credit. Our business is we manufacture and retail hair care products, affordable and nature-derived, and we use women from underserved communities as our sales agents. And social capital credit is a community transformative currency that we use in communities, especially to tackle issues like social goods, environmental issues, and also economic factors that affect underserved communities. And as part of BBB, then because our targeted market is the larger mass market, and mainly our products would be in plastic bottles, single use, and we acknowledge and recognize the kind of waste we produce. So through being in this program, we'll be able to start envisioning on how we can transform our products through different upstream and downstream innovative model, like transforming our shampoo, the liquid shampoo and conditioner, into bar soaps and packaging them eco-friendly, and then also using refillable method and refillable packaging that we can always collect and reuse for B2B businesses, and also at the same time teaching our participants and the communities they are coming in how to handle and how to proper separate and segregate waste, because they are the majority, the people at the bottom of the pyramid are the majority consumers of the single-use plastic and the small sachets and all that. So we have different projects that we use through our innovative model that we call the social capital credit.
Thank you very much, Jacinta. Madhvi, you are working, while producing reusable sanitary pads, you are working to empower marginal members of the community. So how is PADMAD doing this, and what are the products of PADMAD?
Yeah, so thank you again for the platform. Thank you for Professor Yunus. I was not born an entrepreneur, I was made one, thanks to having met you before. So I'm Madhvi, the founder of PADMAD. We with period poverty in Kenya, we're based here. And since many years of being here, and I'm actually a pharmacist by profession, but now I'm the entrepreneur working with marginalized women and some men. So the problem is that 65% of the men, the women and girls in Kenya cannot afford sanitary pads or cannot access them. They also, 1 in 10 girls go into some kind of transactional sex for pads, and also there's a huge environmental impact. One disposable pad takes 500 to 800 years to decompose. And altogether, girls are missing school. Quarter of the curriculum is missed through secondary school. So what we decided to do is come into a solution which can help or combat as much as we can. So we have 3 pillars which we work with. We provide an education program for girls and boys in communities to talk about menstrual hygiene, infections, sexual and reproductive health and rights. And then we also have an empowerment program where we have 33 green jobs. Since actually we joined Yunus Environment Hub, we actually created many more jobs for women who are HIV positive, teen mums. We have a factory in the prison. We have a factory outside the prison for incarcerated women. And thirdly, we work with the environment. So we produce 100% biodegradable products which are sourced from Kenya.
Thank you very much, Madhvi. Thomas, for Yunus organization or Yunus Environment Hub and other Yunus family organizations, cooperation between German Development Corporation, GAZ, representing the Federal Republic of Germany, and the East African entrepreneurship ecosystem. How far has this cooperation supported the social entrepreneurship as per today, for example?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the Yunus family for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. Also, thanks to the Tangaza University for hosting and inviting, and congratulations to all the social entrepreneurs. German cooperation in general has enhanced the commitment towards green and just transition. And also one of the pillars of the new development policy is the feminist development policy. So the women economic empowerment being one of the main pillars for development. What the way German cooperation is able to work is working on different levels. So on the one side, of course, doing policy advice and working with the government. But also in the last years enhancing the partnerships and the cooperation with the private sector. And a third element of German cooperation is the promotion of cooperation systems. So this the three levels of cooperation for German international cooperation. Breaking this down to what we do in Kenya, for example, it translates into the partnership, for example, the partnerships that we have in the project that I lead. It's called Employment and Skills for Development in Africa, E4D. It's a regional project that is implemented in 5 countries. So apart from Kenya, also in Uganda, I was already networking here with the colleagues from Uganda and with Daniel, but also in South Africa, Mozambique, and Tanzania. And we, in the current phase, we have enhanced substantially our cooperations and partnerships with green economy stakeholders. So currently, out of the 20 partnerships that we have, 12 are with organizations and private companies in the green sector, so renewable energies, waste management, circular economy, a collection of natural products. And with that, along with these partnerships, we have already created almost 2,500 jobs through capacity development measures, and also enhanced the capacities of around 9,500 MSMEs in the green sector.
Thank you very much. Madhvi, back to you. Recently, you've just signed a new contract with a textile company. Will you mind, if you don't mind, explaining to the public what is your relationship as a social business with such a big textile company?
So I'll have to say thank you again for the Yunus family for calling me to Turin to present. So when I was presenting at the Turin Social Business Summit, the head of whoever we sourced the fabric from was watching. And during the summit, I was rolling out facts and figures of the impact that PADMAD has had, which is, 55 million disposable pads being prevented from the landfill, over 800,000 emissions being prevented, and 2 million girls now of days which are not missed going to school. So when I came back, he said, okay, so what is this, what you really do? And with that, and with Yunus Environment Hub, the circularity, we actually managed to salvage. Because they were working in the export zone, they couldn't really get the material back into the country. So we came into a conversation saying that we can use this material and it will help us to make biodegradable packaging. Not only that, he actually pledged 600 very, very good machines to be put in hubs to house incarcerated women. So that happened very, very quickly, and it's all thanks to these conversations about circularity. And in fact, they are very big corporate organizations. They're actually looking into how they can
also become carbon or help carbon footprint.
Thank you very much, Madhvi, and that's quite a success story, bearing in mind that these 600 machines will be used in our prisons, right, to support our women in prison to also better their lives. For Zuri, Jacinta, and Dennis, why do you think you as social business entrepreneurs and others are best fitted to lead the world in achieving this zero net carbon emission?
For me, I say for Zuri, because our main target is the mass market, where majority of the population falls, and we relate to the communities we work with, to the women we work with, and we know their pain points. So it's easy for us to tailor-make our own products, to tailor-make our own social interventions that we take to the communities. We can easily speak to them, and I feel like we can tell the impact from, let's say, the 55 participants I have in Kibera, from when we started and the improvement I'm seeing now. We have an ongoing waste management project that we do with these women. So we teach them household, for each woman represents their household. So we know at least 55 households now, they know how to separate waste. They know the impact of just dumping waste anyhow. They know the impact of single-use plastic, because when they bring their weekly waste, we make them count how many single wrappers they have. So when we started, the woman would come with 55 packets of milk, Tetra Packs, I don't know, soap, 80 you find from one household. But now it's getting less and less. So us being grassroots business, social businesses, it's easy for us to influence the world of three zeros in communities.
Thank you. Dennis, do you want to add something?
Yeah, maybe I can add, due to the fact that the biggest contributor of climate change effects has always been the production and usage of energy. So even as I hear my colleagues here speaking about the great impact they are making about the industries that they serve, they still need energy to contribute to the impact that they are making. So for us, we feel like we are in the bullseye of how we can tackle reach the goals of net zero carbon emissions through the reduction or the optimization of energy use. I would say the fact that Kenya is a signatory to the Paris Agreement, our company is perfectly aligned to this goal. I remember a conversation I think we had in March online with the East Africa Impact Days, and there's something Professor Yunus was explaining about the 3 zeros as we were having that conversation. And he said that if the 3-0 model is broken down to the basic unit, whereby you even have a 3-0 family, not only just a 3-0 club in a huge institution like Tangaza College, but a 3-0 family where it's a mother, a father, and their kids, the impact would be immense. And I'll give an example of one family that was able to use our gamification tool. This was during the COVID, just post the COVID pandemic around 2021. So as they were playing the game, they learned some tips about water conservation. Like there's a technology that reduces the amount of water you use at the point of use. And they were really shocked about that. They said they've never heard of that technology. They always thought that a tap is a tap. So I gave them an example. I told them, why don't you use these taps? Because we stock those water efficiency equipment. And they were able to use it, and they were able to see the reduction in water consumption in real time, such that the bill in that particular month came lower than the previous bill. Another instance was with a university student. They told me, I would like to test your game out. So one of the game nights, they are playing the board game, and they were like, I did not know that some of this equipment in my house use the most energy. I live in a hostel, it's just one room and my washroom. How do you think I can reduce my energy consumption there? And then I just give them a query, I just give them a device to go and measure each equipment. And they're able to know exactly which equipment consumed the most water, and they realized it was the water kettle. And they're like, but now I only have a water kettle, how do I conserve energy with a water kettle? I need my water hot. Told them buy a thermos, a vacuum flask. Whenever you heat your water, put it back in the thermos, it will stay hotter for longer. You won't have to switch on your kettle now on and off every other time. And they're like, I have a thermos I've never used. So they had the resource, but they weren't able to see how it works, because how we've grown up as Africans, we know thermos is for serving tea when guests come, so that it can always remain hot.
Thank you very much. Thomas, as representing the development cooperation stakeholders, what are some of your recommendations or advice to entrepreneurs or social entrepreneurs in the house in terms of green transition? Because I know social entrepreneurs in the house are really eager to see or to hear, not only from the likes of Yunus Environment Hub or Yunus Family who are directly working with them, but what are expectations from development cooperation sectors?
One point I would like to underline is still the project Employment and Skills for Development program that now is moving into a new phase, and we are now changing even the name, so it's Women Employment for the Green Transition in Africa. So it's also now this phase that it's starting, and we hope to have more of these partnerships. Will indeed exclusively look into green sectors and focus very much on women empowerment and green gender transformation. So that's one point. Regarding recommendations, so maybe not recommendations only for the entrepreneurs, but I would have one important point, which is for all of us to think on partnerships that engage several stakeholders of different sectors and with different profiles. So it's not about only partnering green organizations or non-green sectors. It's about developing partnerships with stakeholders that provide different support, banking institutions, research institutions, private sector, government, to really promote the green transformation and social businesses. So I think that's something that is important. So multi-stakeholder partnerships and bigger partnerships to create impact. A second aspect I would like to highlight is for all of us to continue working and enhance the cooperation with the private sector. So it's about business as well, and the private sector is the motor of innovations and transformation. So for us as developing cooperation organizations, it's key to work with the private sector. And again, I would like to enhance the aspect of green business, that green business is also a business, and I think that's an important aspect for Kenyan entrepreneurs. And maybe the last aspect is skills promotion. I think, well, we are today in a university, so for us it's very important to promote education, to promote skills. It can be on the university level, it can be in Tibet institutions, it can be through civil society and private sector initiatives. But the key of creating employment is really matching the demands from the private sector with the offer, the supply that can be provided through skills development. And here I would like to enhance the aspect of women, so looking very much into bringing women to the level of skills development that men already have. So I would say that those would be my recommendations, I guess not only for the entrepreneurs, but for all of us.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for that. Before we finalize the panel, what are some of the challenges you as social business entrepreneurs are facing, and what are some of your call for action to the stakeholders in the room? Madly, start from you.
Yeah, so for us, we feel that I think that the narrative really needs to change in terms of funding. You know, for us who are on the grassroots, we've innovated and trying to bring a solution of the things which need change. So we're not looking at it just from the top, although many of us have to work at policy level, but we're actually finding something which is working. So I think funders need to see that, and especially for social change, to recognize there's also an enterprise element to it. So to help, bottlenecks, to bring in sensitization through marketing and strategies, I think funders really need to recognize that this is where the real work is done and where the change is actually happening.
Thank you. Jacinta?
Also, I'd like to underline what Madik just said, to just underline and bold it very, very well, because funding is the core of us taking our vision into the grassroots. But then again, also I'd like to call for lobby for favorable mechanism, especially for social businesses like us that are in manufacturing, especially for us looking now to alternative to what is being recommended as eco-friendly and all that, because we need the mass market to afford the eco-friendly and alternative products that are there. But then if we are to bring the eco-friendly and alternative products, the price of it goes up, then the entire mass market cannot afford.
Thank you. Dennis, what is your advice to fellow entrepreneurs as they start or continue with their social entrepreneurship as we finalize?
My advice would be just start. Wherever you are, just start from there. There are a lot of problems wherever you are. You might feel like there's no problem that you need to solve, but if you look at how history has brought us to this particular point, and I'll talk about the 3 Ps, that is people, planet, and profit. What the major problem has been, people have been prioritizing profit, which has degraded the planet, and it's now affecting people. But if you inverse it and start with the people, go back to your community, go back to your school, go back to your dormitory, go back to your home, look at the people that are being challenged by the problems there. Then you will understand the environment that they live in. You will tailor-make a solution for them. You will not tailor-make a solution you saw in Uganda for somebody in Mombasa, Kenya. No, it won't work. Now, once you address the problem within that area, which now I'm going to refer to as the planet, that's where the profit is going to come to. That way you'll be able to understand how you apply yourself for the greater good of the human race. I think there was a speaker in the previous panel who said that how they came into the journey of entrepreneurship was through an accident, and how they felt like what would be their contribution to this world. So for you, I think that is the most important question you need to ask for yourself, so that you can be able to understand how do I start my social business. Right now, we are moving away from the linear form of business. We're going back to the circular form of business, whereby nothing goes to waste. You use everything. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And as Yunus Environment Hub, a member of the family of Yunus organizations, we will continue supporting entrepreneurs, social business entrepreneur, and that is our contribution to the world, right? We'll continue doing that, and we'll continue supporting in many ways. So I want to call all of us here that if you have time, go to our website, check our programs, our calls for applications for the next program, especially for entrepreneurs who are interested in capacity building, incubation, and acceleration. And let's work together for a world of 3.0. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless the work of your hands. Thank you. Thank you for the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow. All matters, impact, entrepreneurship. Are you guys enjoying it so far? Are you enjoying it so far? Okay, maybe we all get up a bit. I wear my teacher hat at this point. We stretch a bit because the next session is amazing. Everyone wants to talk about money sometimes. Yeah, so maybe we can stretch a bit. Yeah, who wants to volunteer to teach us how to stretch? Come, you looked at me. Yeah, maybe you can just show us one. We are all, this forum is closed. We'll all work together. Yeah, so do something. Yes.
Very slowly, not to hurt yourself. Then slowly to the left. Then still with the eyes closed, you turn to look to the ceiling. And then slowly to the floor. Then you make slowly some circles with your elbows. First to the back, then to the front. And if you can't, and if you have a good balance, you move a little bit one of your feet. We tend to forget our feet. If not, then just try to relax your body entirely. But if you can, then move the feet, because usually we focus on the head, on the elbows, but not really on the foot. But they are carrying all the weight, so it's good to focus on them from time to time. Just take one deep breath. And exhale.
Thank you. Clap for her. So it's good you looked at me. If you look at me, I call you in front. Yeah, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the next session is about show me the money. But before I invite where is the money? Yeah, but before I invite you, 1 second, before I invite you, on a scale of 1 to 5, how important is money in business? Is it 5? Is it 4? Is it 3? Is it 2? Is it 1? How many say 5? Okay, the scale is only 1 to 5. So you double it, you say 10. My scale is too small, eh? Okay, so 5. How many say 5? On a scale of 1 to 5. It's extremely important. Okay, how many say 4? Okay, nice. How many say 3? I like that. How many say 2? Who says 1? I'm sure the ones who said 5 were most likely entrepreneurs. Yeah, but definitely money is important. But my school of thought, customers are extremely or equally important. We must now move to creating commercially sustainable businesses. Businesses that can be commercially sustainable. So an integrated approach for access to market and access to finance is extremely important. So without many remarks, I want to invite a special person who will moderate this session, Miss Jana Lesenich, who is an impact-driven professional, 20 years experience in the financial sector. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Give her, clap for her, please. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Are we ready to talk about money now? This is a tough slot. It's the last one before lunch, so I'm going to try to keep this as interesting as possible. So thanks so much. I'm so thrilled to be back here in Kenya. Prior to joining Eunice Social Business, I was CFO of a Kenyan ag tech startup. So I really know firsthand how hard it is to get someone to show you the money. And getting someone to show you the social money is even harder, because that's a subset of all of the funding that's out there. And in this economic environment, it's even more difficult. And so I'm super excited to talk to all of you about this today. So according to a landscape study that Eunice Social Business did together with IKEA Foundation, we surveyed 43 social businesses, and only half of those were able to access any funding at all. Now, that was for a whole variety of reasons, and that's a whole nother panel, and don't worry, we're not going to talk about all of that right now before lunch. But that's something we want to change. That's why we're all here today, and we can change that. At Eunice Social Business, we do that by providing long-term patient capital to social businesses here in Kenya, in Uganda, and in the Global South. And we want to talk to you, share our insights from a decade of doing that with you here today. But we don't want to do that alone. We want you to hear other voices. And so I'm going to call up our amazing lineup of panelists right now. So first up, we have Molly Brown, who is head of carbon strategy at Byrne Manufacturing. Yes, please, Molly. So Molly is an impact and social business powerhouse, and Byrne is a longtime partner of Eunice Social Business. They manufacture here in Kenya energy-efficient cooking stoves. And Molly, you can correct me after if I'm wrong, but I think the carbon savings were something like 12 million tons. Yeah, so 12 million tons so far, says Molly. So that's great. Next up, we have James Ododa. So James is the CEO and co-founder of Nidivisi Enterprises, providing market access to 2,000 smallholder farmers in Uganda. And James has been through the investment committee recently at Eunice Social Business, and I'm thrilled that he's joining us here today. Next up, we have from Grameen Foundation, Alfred Yaboa, who is Director of Program Operations. Alfred is a heavyweight in the social development world, bringing deep experience in digital innovation, Alfred, and last mile distribution. And they've done some really interesting work financing entrepreneurs. And Alfred's going to talk about that today. And then last but not least, we have our own Susan Galawa. Susan is our Director of East African Operations, managing our portfolio of loans to businesses in Kenya and Uganda. So thanks so much. So James, I'm going to pick on you first. So James actually made that jump from having been, I believe you were an investment banker, and got exposure to some players in the soybean value chain, realized there was a huge problem in terms of market access, and made the jump to starting your own business, Nidivisi Enterprises, in 2015. So you saw that problem, you wanted to address it. Can you talk a little bit to us about the how? Like, how did you actually go about starting that business?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again, Diana, for the time. So the entrepreneurship journey is actually quite longer than most people think. We began in 2015, but we just got funding last year, just to say the least. The how was, as you mentioned, I was in employment for some time. Part of that employment exposed me to a group of farmers in Western Kenya. This group had a challenge. To us, it was an opportunity to be able to sort their challenge. This was mostly a market challenge. They had products on one end, but they lacked a market. My experience as an employee first exposed me to corporates who were looking to resolve the challenge. So there was an opportunity for us as a business to match this group of farmers who had their bounty, which is the harvest for that particular season, that they were stuck with for a period of time, to sort of connect and move this to the market. So that is how Nidivisi began. Just sort of in the middle, first of all, very light assets, very limited capital, to say the least. We took quite a long time in ideation, from 2015 to raising funding last year. That was quite a very long time for any entrepreneur to go through, but it's a journey of patience. It's a journey of being consistent year on year, making that commitment to the farmer to know that they can count on you this season, next season, the following season, and going forward. So that is how we began. Yeah.
Thanks for that, James. And can you tell us a little bit about your journey raising funding? And in particular, I'd love to know how many no's you got before you got to a yes.
So our fundraising journey began with the most common available financial institutions in any market, which is a bank. Banks typically require you to have collateral from here to God knows where. Without that, then you are not able to get any funding, any amount that you'd typically be looking for. So we approached several banks. We approached 3 or so local banks to start with, and the responses were similar. You needed to have collateral of this much to secure funding for this much. So that took us time. As we did our ideation phase from 2015 to around 2018, we knocked on, I think, at least 4 local banks, before we realized that there was a different space that we could target that was for venture funds, early stage social funders. And that began opening the doors and the opportunities for us later on in our business, sometime later in 2019. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And the no's, how many no's?
4.
4, okay.
4,
sorry,
yeah.
I missed that. Okay, thanks so much, James. Molly, Bern's been a longtime partner of YSB, and I know that you've raised very different types of capital for different purposes. Can you talk to us a little bit about the different types of capital that you've raised and what factors you considered when you were deciding to raise that capital?
Thank you. So firstly, Bern is a clean cooking company. We're quite unique in that we do every stage of the value chain. So we do all the R&D ourselves, we manufacture ourselves. We now have 2 factories in Reru. We distribute ourselves, we do all the monitoring ourselves, and then all the work around turning cook stove activity into carbon credits and then selling them, we also do that. So we have lots of different parts of the value chain that we look at. And I guess when you're raising money, the first thing to think about is what are you raising money for? And then secondly, you need to match that with the type of funder that would be best suited to supporting in you that kind of investment. So for example, at Bern, if we are doing work around R&D, or we want to pilot a new stove in a new country or a new location, that kind of funding we tend to get through grants. There's a lot of innovation grants out there. They tend to be quite small, but depending on the scale, you can get some quite good innovation grants or grants for pilots. For instance, we're in the process of piloting electric stoves in 5 or 6 different countries in Africa at the moment. All of that's funded through partners like USAID and the likes of kind of GIZ and those people. Or maybe you're trying to look for money to really scale the business. Maybe that's CapEx, maybe that's new markets. And that kind of project can be something where you're potentially generating a return on investment, and for those projects it's maybe more appropriate to look at kind of debt financing and more kind of traditional investments. At Bern, we still like to work with what they call DFIs, development finance institutions, because we find that working with people like social business who are mission aligned with Bern is just easier. You tend to get better terms, you tend to get patient capital, and also you're working with an investor who really wants to see the social impact as well as just the ROI. So we work a lot with those kind of organizations rather than the kind of commercial banks and the private finance and the hedge fund. Those guys can be good, but they tend to want high returns quickly, which doesn't fit so well with the kind of social business model. And the third type of financing you can get that we've been looking at more and more recently is kind of project financing. And for Bern, a lot of that is now coming through our carbon projects. So we raised $40 million last year in carbon finance, and what that allows us to do is reduce upfront the cost of the cook stoves. So we're now distributing wood stoves in rural Kenya for 500 shillings. Which is much less than they cost us to produce, distribute, monitor. And what that means is you have more people accessing cook stoves, which means you have ultimately more carbon credits generated, which means you have more ROI for the investors, and you then end up with this virtuous circle where you can really scale impact quite quickly. But we're aware that that's partly because we're lucky to be in a position that we are now operating at some scale, which means that the no's are... There's still a lot of no's, but we have more kind of proof of concept than early stage ventures.
Thanks so much, Molly. And I remember when you were an early stage venture, and those are big numbers you threw out, but that comes from hard work and from raising capital. And so maybe you could, think back to those earlier days, James as well, and talk about, what you actually did to raise capital. So there's a lot of social entrepreneurs in the room. It's a daunting task to think about, in order to get this model off the ground, I need to raise X, whatever, shillings. And so, what is the first step you take, and what do you need to do?
So first of all, you need to prove the concept, first of all, on your own. So what we did is we went and raised funding from family, friends, the 3 F's, family, friends, fools. Yeah? So we raised that, first of all, from within the family members to sort of prove the concept even to ourselves. So part of that was during the ideation phase. So it took us time during that ideation phase that I've mentioned before. So as we proved that concept to both ourselves and to external parties, it gave us a chance to prepare ourselves a lot better in terms of knowing how do we now scale this idea from point A to point B. How do we move the volumes from this group of farmers in this quantity to these corporate customers in this demand manner. So proving it ourselves gave us that impetus to also just go to the market, such that by the time you're approaching someone for funding, then you are convicted enough to know that it is going to work. Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, and to be clear, that proof of concept thing doesn't stop when you're a bigger business. You've got to keep proving, and you've got to keep demonstrating your impact. And one of the great things actually that Yunus Social Business was able to help us with in 2019 was a big survey, an independent survey of 280 of our wood customers. And it's things like that that really allow you to go back to other investors and say, no, look, this really works. We have these humans. It's clean cooking is saving them time. It's saving them money. It's improving safety in the homes. It's improving health. And those kind of independently kind of validated evidence is really helpful in terms of crafting that story. And depending, again, if you're going to a kind of commercial bank who's really only cares about ROI versus if you're going to kind of a more of a development finance institution, you really need the story, you really need the impact evidence, the proof of concept, but also you need a bit of a plan for how you're going to repay that investment if it is an investment. And one of the things I find most interesting about social business is you really are towing the line constantly between being totally social and everything's charitable and there's no revenue at all, through to being a kind of business that only cares about profit. And you've got to toe that line, because if you are trying to raise capital and investment, there needs to be some ROI, but you've got to really walk that line, particularly if you're operating in markets and you're selling to customers who are low income. You know, how can you make sure that you've got the price point really right so that there's enough profit in there that you can repay your investors and grow as a business, but that you're not pricing people out of the market, or you're managing to serve the wrong customers, because what you want to really reach is really low income people for whom there's massive impact. So it's a balance.
Indeed, financial sustainability is an important part of the social business model. So Alfred, looking to you now. So at Grameen Foundation, can you talk a little bit about what you've done to support our entrepreneurs in their funding journeys?
Yeah, thank you so much for this platform. So the DNA at Grameen Foundation is rooted in gender, agency, entrepreneurship. And we believe that we are able to use technology and innovation to transform ecosystems that enable women and girls to show up with their full potential and also create the world that they deserve. So Grameen Foundation is an international non-profit, and we attract a lot of funding from institutional and individual donors. But what we do with those funds is different. We begin with the end in mind. The end being that how are we able to efficiently use this donor funding to set up as many independent micro and youth businesses, especially in rural communities, so that when donor funding ends through Grameen Foundation, we already have many of these micro businesses doing well in the rural communities. So that is how we differently put to good use the funding that we receive from our donors. And the kind of support that we provide comes in a form of startup capital. It also comes in a form of carefully curated business development services that enables these women and youth micro businesses in last-mile rural communities to thrive and be resilient. And for the business development services here, I'm referring to trainings in digital literacy, financial literacy, our hands-on resilient business resilient lives training, our gender and power dynamics training, amongst other trainings that we deploy with especially to these hundreds of women and youth micro businesses that have been deployed in East and West Africa. I would want to add that for us, it is a 2-for-1 strategy for women and youth economic empowerment. Why so? Because we are creating dignified jobs for these youth and women in last-mile rural communities who are providing doorstep services in their communities, and additionally are also marketing products and services that are important for their communities. And this includes agriculture, sale of agricultural inputs, and even creating market access, the sale of hygiene and health products, micro insurance, products, clean energy, solar home kits, amongst others, all in an effort to create a sustainable model where they are generating some revenue from this work that they do, the provision of the digital financial services and the sale of the additional products in the last-mile rural communities, whilst at the same time they are bridging this distance where products get to the last mile, where typically you are private sector partners who are not interested because of all the cost that comes with, reaching the last mile communities with this product. So in northern Uganda, for instance, we have hundreds of these women and youth micro businesses that are also facilitating women's savings groups by using digitalization and using the data that comes out of the digitalization to link them to microfinance institutions so that they are able to access credit. That is the power of data, and that is the power of linkage service that these women and youth micro businesses provide. And to end with my submission, I would want to say that we are seeing that traditional harmful gender norms, social norms, and power dynamics can actually limit the extent to which these women and youth micro businesses can flourish. And because of that, we have specific male engagement strategies and also our gender dialogues that we do at the community level with our partners to ensure that the partners of these women micro businesses are oriented to see what is in it for them and why it is important to support the businesses of these women. And because of that, it has reduced significantly the negative unintended consequences of especially financially empowering our women micro businesses. And for women to put to good use capital, I think that shifting harmful gender and social norms needs to be part of the equation in our provision of support to our micro businesses and social businesses. Thank you.
Important work. Thanks so much, Alfred. Susan, turning to you, can you talk about the factors that you consider when making an investment? How do you assess a business?
Thank you for having me. When you look at all the panelists, you realize it really does take a village to get social businesses the support that they need and to get them to have the impact that they have. We're just a part of that village. What we look at when we look at the businesses is, one, the impact that you're having, Is this sustainable and is it scalable? So all of the questions that we ask and how we assess the business is really around those three factors. If the impact is not there, we just don't invest. We don't even go to the next step at all. And for us, we also have to look at the business model. Do you truly understand the problem that you're solving? And do you understand it well enough to create a solution that is of value to your customers? And are those customers willing to pay for the product? And do they actually have enough to pay for the product? I think Molly mentioned about the cook stoves. We actually ask them, we do impact surveys periodically with all of our investee companies, and we actually ask them what is the price of their product. So if we see a price change that's actually making them move away from the impact, that's a red flag. That's a red flag for us. Because we also want this impact to be sustainable, we also have to make sure that the business is able to cover their costs. So we also ask them for a lot of financial data. So those are things around the business model that we assess. YSP is also one of those investors where we allow the entrepreneurs to actually come to the investment committee. In case we have not represented you appropriately as a deal team, the entrepreneur actually comes. And so we also assess the entrepreneur with regard to what is the entrepreneur's commitment to impact, what is the support system around that entrepreneur. We also assess that as well, so that we also don't have mission drift at any point when we have made that investment. We also look at the support system around the entrepreneur, because we also know sometimes the entrepreneur may not have all the skill sets that are required to run the business. So it's important for Grameen Foundation and organizations similar to them and the work that they do to support these entrepreneurs. We actually look at, have entrepreneurs been to these programs? What did they learn? And that's also part of our assessment. The third is actually alignment, because we also know that not every entrepreneur is the best fit for us as a business. And we do different things. Because of the instrument that we provide, sometimes entrepreneurs want different things than what we can provide. We prefer to be a long-term partner for our businesses. So we also see, can we be there for the long run for these businesses?
Thanks, Susan. And I think you alluded to this, but perhaps you could be explicit about what are the reasons that you would decline to make an investment?
I think for me, first of all, it's the alignment. If the impact is not there, we definitely don't invest. Second, sadly, is integrity. It's not an issue that we talk about a lot with in this particular impact space, but it is becoming, it is an issue for us. The reason we actually go on the ground to do due diligence and actually interview the customers is to actually find out, is this business having the impact that it's supposed to have? We also understand that the entrepreneurial journey is very difficult. My request to entrepreneurs is, please don't hide this from us. Just be honest about, the mistakes that you have made, the learnings that you have made. Sometimes we are actually able to help. So if you're honest with us, we are there. And I always say, without trust, you cannot transact. So always know that this is a relationship, and the business cycles are very, very different. So for us, also building that, being a trustworthy partner is also something that is important for us. And if we see that maybe you are not honest with us about the impact that you're having, about the customers that you're serving, even in the documentation that you gave to us, we generally choose not to invest because we know there'll be a bigger problem down the line. Yeah.
Indeed. Thanks, Susan. So I think we have something like 10 minutes left, and I think it would be great if we go through the panel again. Perhaps each of you giving us your number one tip to social businesses out there, max 2 minutes each, for raising capital. Susan, let's start with you and go this way.
I have more than one tip. One is know your business really well and know what the business needs, because sometimes you have to make sure that you get the right investor and the right partner for your business. Prepare. Not necessarily documentation, but prepare your mindset. You get a lot of no's, as you've heard. Also prepare that you might get some no's, and prepare what that may we've seen entrepreneurs get very discouraged. So prepare sometimes that you might get a no. Prepare for what that impact might be for the business. And third, I always like entrepreneurs who come back and ask questions. Why did you invest in me, or why did you choose not to? Always look at that as a learning experience.
I would say that we live in a world that is volatile, very uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And therefore, social businesses should be able to position and brand their value propositions as working towards a longer term work of addressing the root causes of social problems, rather than, treating the symptoms. In fact, that is where capital is going. And again, businesses should be able to show the type of collaborations that change systems, being able to show the right partners, build the right partnership that you need based on trust, empathy, and complementarity. It is so important. And again, you could try local angel investors and also venture investors. They have a higher appetite for risk. So that is also an area that you could also look at. And you could also target, funders and investors who are interested in newer, early stage, business ideas or businesses. And you need to be patient. Patience, I think, is super important in this process. Thank you.
I'd like to echo what Susan said. So I'm a firm believer that chance favors a prepared mind. So as an entrepreneur, you constantly need to be prepared to what comes next. A business evolves over time. The impact you had 1 year ago could have evolved to something different today or to something improved. It is an additionality. That is what impact is all about. The farmers we work with on one end have constantly grown with us. The customers we've worked with on the other end have also constantly grown with us over time. In a nutshell, business is about relationships. So how you build that relationship on one end matters and builds on how that relationship is transferred to the other end. How do I put it? Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. I'm used to talking about products before. Today I'm talking about a business, so that is slightly different from what I'm used to. So I would like to also add that as a business, know what you're looking for. Different social businesses have different kinds of facilities. So I know, for example, Yunus has more of debt than those who have more of equity. So as a business, you know where you are. You know your position at that time. So looking back at where we came from, we realized that we were not able to raise debt from the very beginning because we were asset light. So we approached it differently. We raised funding for equity to buy additional equipment for us to be able to provide additionality to our product. Then that's how we approached Yunus to sort of add to whatever we already had. So it is a continuous improvement to what you have. What you raised yesterday, what you raise tomorrow, as I think Molly mentioned, it is an additional. As you try out new products, as you try out new ideas over time, so you are adding to what you have, and all that comes from your preparation from yesterday, today, and going forward. Yeah, thanks.
I think my main tip is remember that we're all on the same team. Everyone in this room is trying to do something really beneficial for people or planet or both. And I think the entrepreneurship journey can often be quite lonely. So remember that you're not by yourself. Come to events like this, make friends, test your pitch on your children, on your granny, ring up that friend who's a friend of a friend as an accountant, get someone to check your business model, reach out to loads of different organizations, like the kind of huge network around kind of social business and all the affiliate organizations providing help and support. Get help, have fun, and keep going, because even if it's a no today, it might be a yes tomorrow, and it's worth keeping going.
Wow, Molly, you took what I wanted to say, but happily there's a second part to that, so I could not agree with you more. you know, I know I was quite reticent coming out of college and didn't want to reach out to, you know, what I perceived as important people to ask their opinion, or even colleagues. And I think getting beyond that and showing that vulnerability and asking what people think of your pitch and trying it out is super important. And the other thing I think is the world needs to know about the important work that all of you are doing. And you have the tools within your phones to do that today. And so I would love to see each of you reaching out to our panelists, to me, to Unisocial Business, to everyone here, because together we're a whole lot stronger than we are individually. And the other thing about that is, from personal experience, social media is an excellent way to fundraise. And so get your profile out there, get your business out there, try to make your content relevant, and use it, amplify your message. So that's it for today. That's it, the panel. I don't want to hold you up from lunch, but I'm thrilled that you are all here with us today, and thank you very much.
Okay, another clap for them, please. Thank you, thank you. So we're just about to go for lunch. Thank you for being an amazing audience. I think we are still full house since morning. Lots to learn, lots to share and interact with each other. So clap for yourselves also for staying this far. Clap for yourselves. Okay. So at this point, a few announcements. We're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 2:30. So your assignment at lunch is to make sure you meet someone you don't know. So don't sit with someone you know. Yeah, so meet people, exchange. These forums are really, really, really good for that. Another announcement is that after lunch, we will go right into the breakout sessions. So we have 3 breakout sessions. The first one is a conversation of youth with the professor. You're very lucky. And so that will happen in D10. So if you're planning to go for that session, just note on your book, it is D10. D10 is the building on my right, which should be your left or your right. Don't mind me. I get confused with that. And then breakout 2 is the Ecosystem Builders Dialogue. It's going to be run by Ande, by the wonderful Grace. Grace, maybe you can wave to them. Wonderful. And then breakout 3. So breakout 2, sorry, is going to happen right here at the plenary. And then breakout 3 is B12, with still the same building on my right. The signs are there. You should not get lost. Every sign is there. Just know the ones who are going to other breakouts on the building on my right. And breakout 3 is about solving problems with social business and AI. Professor really talked about what AI is going to do to us. So breakout 3, if you want to hear about that, run by Grameen Creative Lab, B12. It's still the building on my right. And before we break, just some protocol on something we missed earlier. Karas, please reduce the music a little bit. Please reduce the music. One more thing, just some protocol. Thank you for the feedback. I received one feedback that people really want to frame their pictures with you, Prof. We missed a photo session, really, in the morning. Yeah, people want to go and frame them in there. So allow me to run. We are officially closed for lunch, but if you are in a panel, Tangaza University, perhaps, and the cameraman, perhaps we can have Prof. I can run this session, so the first session can be Tangaza and Prof, and then you can be snapped for those who we had missed. In the second panel, you're next. Third panel, you're next. And then the fourth panel, you're next. Yeah, so that we can just take a record of the day. Yeah, so thank you very much. Unless you're in those panels, you're free to go for lunch, but I would love for the cameraman, you can guide us. Do we do it up here or down here? Up here. Please guide me. Sorry? outside. Yeah, so we do outside on the banner. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. The power of many minds. Okay. The power of many minds. Yeah. The power of many minds. Okay, so allow me we are free to leave, but please allow the people I've mentioned to take pictures, official pictures at the back. Thank you very much.
Businesses will create jobs, stimulate long-term economic growth, and produce environmental and social benefits.
Climate change is one of the most serious issues of our time, particularly in the global south. Andy's programming is designed to support small and growing businesses to contribute to mitigating and adapting to climate change. Some of these programming include metrics on how to measure climate impact for the small and growing businesses, investors, and entrepreneur support organizations. We also have research, particularly in Kenya, for the green entrepreneurial ecosystem. Then we have the investment manager training, which is a premier course at Andy that incorporates gender and climate lens investing.
As the leading voice of the small and growing business sector, the Andy Network, which consists of nearly 300 members globally, has long held the belief that small and growing businesses offer the most sustainable pathway to economic development and poverty alleviation for our communities.
Andy and its members share the view that targeted support to small and growing businesses are crucial in ensuring sustainable economic growth. SGBs represent locally driven solutions which in the right environment are self-sustaining and create job opportunities.
But despite the significant contributions to our economies, small and growing businesses still face significant challenges. They face challenges in accessing the right kind of finance, knowledge, talent that they need to innovate, grow, and scale their businesses.
We share these learnings publicly in the ecosystem, mainly through Andy networking events, workshops, and also on Andy's website and social media pages.
And so Andy's mission is really to address the systemic challenges that small and growing businesses face in developing economies. And to do this, we adopt a collective ecosystem approach that is anchored on 3 pillars. First, we cultivate entrepreneurial ecosystems in the 8 regional chapters that we have globally. And we take this ecosystem approach because entrepreneurs do not operate in isolation from their local realities.
All right, and that is what Andy is. When you talk about small and growing businesses, I know that can be a confusing term, so I'll tell you what we mean by that. It is any organization that have 5 employees and above that is looking for catalytic funding between $20,000 to $2 million USD and must be willing to scale. As ESOs, I think we've continually seeing a lot of businesses that we're channeling out as startups, but not so many are scaling to high growth ventures, and that's what we want to be able to change. So in this session here, our thematic focus for this session is that entrepreneurship in East Africa is growing, but it faces a number of challenges that can hinder impact and success. In this roundtable discussion, we'll explore these challenges and strategies for overcoming them and to maximize impact and drive economic growth in the region. Throughout these 90 minutes, we hope to have a critical component of the forum that allows representatives, like I said, from the entrepreneurship support organizations to engage in interactive discussions, ask questions, and gain insights. Before we do that, I will welcome my co-moderator, Sadia, who is coming all the way from Bangladesh. Sadia is a Chief Operating Officer of YY Ventures. Her full name is Sadia Hassan. She's specialized in organizational strategy, business development, talent management, marketing, and communications. She has gained multi-sectoral experience in cross-cutting development programs, addressing entrepreneurship, education, youth leadership, livelihoods, gender, climate change, public health, and WASH programs. She's also worked with ventures such as Concerned Worldwide Bangladesh and GlaxoSmithKline Limited over the last 12 years, getting to the 3 zeros. Let us give her a round of applause as she comes up to the stage. Karibu sana, Sadia.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was such a nice intro. Hi, everyone. My name is Sadia, like Grace shared, and it's my biggest pleasure to be here, to get to know you, to learn from you. It's also my first time in Nairobi, so give me all the tips, where to go, where to have fun. So I really want to experience this. But most importantly, what I really want to do is talk to you, right? Like, what is happening in the entrepreneurship space in Nairobi? What is happening in East Africa? What is happening across the continent, right? Because I feel like, similar to what's happening in Dhaka, Bangladesh, the ecosystem here is small, but it's growing really rapidly. So what can we do to come together and just share our resources and insights so that we can collectively grow stronger, right? And for that, we have this roundtable, this dialogue that we have set up for you. So without further ado, I think we'll just get started and invite the panelists.
So you can have a seat?
Yes, I'll get my seat. Okay. Thank you very much.
But before we start on the panelists, I want to invite Noreen Tega. Noreen Tega is a wonderful lady that I've worked with. She's been previously supporting the Executive Office of the President here in Kenya from the SME Advisory Unit. And she's going to talk to us about, the national agenda and where are we at? Where are we headed, even as we think about ourselves as ESOs. A round of applause as she comes up. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Surely, when I came, I just saw people in the tent having their lunch. Now, good afternoon. That's better. So my name is Noreen Dega. I am an organization development and policy specialist. The past five years, I have been managing the SME programs at the Executive Office of the President. I am still there, but probably will soon be transitioning to something else. But the ecosystem remains very core to me. I have grown to understand it, to appreciate it, and to see what needs to be done. From a policy point of view, we're just having a discussion with Anne Lowy, and I was asking her what are her thoughts, and they're well aligned to me. Because when you look at the policies in place, we seem to move 10 steps forward and another 30 back. So right now, what is touching on the SMEs would be the startup policy, looking at the startup, because that's where the energy is right now. But of course, we still have it at parliament level, and it still has some holes, which we're hoping that would be refilled. We also have the SME policy of 2020, which has not also gained traction. So when we look at social enterprises, where do they fall within the policies in place? They happen to be held with the NGO Coordination Act of 1990, which was then followed up with the succession paper of 2006. And still that doesn't cover the basis of you trying to carry out your mission. Because remember, these enterprises are mostly mission driven. So profit would make a difference, is welcomed, but at the end of the day, you're trying to create impact by looking at social issues, economic development, the environment, right? All to benefit the citizens. So when you are running this enterprise and things are looking good and everything is moving well for you, chances are, as Grace would like me to comment from the national outlook of it, chances are you feel like the government is not supportive of your business, because then they expect you to be running like an enterprise. From legislation, how do you register? You'd be pushed into registering as a company limited by guarantee. And even when you follow the NGO coordination rules, you will still have to file your returns. And then you will have the three sisters, KEBS, KRA, you'll have them now knocking on your door. So these are things that need to be
carefully looked into. And from my honest point, I feel their efforts are not enough. Remember to also engage in government. You cannot engage as an individual. You have to engage as a group. So the ball again falls back to the ecosystem. Otherwise, for ESOs, you'd still be surviving and crying out as much as the local person who is just trying to build a business for him and his family generation. Yet you're trying to do it for the citizens. So a lot of work has to be put into place. Even just riding on the current policies. For example, the startup policy that's being in discussion, because sometimes people feel that the policy process is lengthy and, getting in might be hard. But even at the startup policy, you can get your voice in there. They can look at how to carve in the social enterprises. When the SME policy is being revamped, because right now we have a ministry of SMEs, something that we had expected to happen in the next 5-10 years, and we thank God for the ecosystem that it happened soon, right? Because when the new government came in, they ushered in the ministry. But then came in the ministry, and then now, what do we do? What are we supposed to do, right? So, right now is the time to start finding your place within the discussions. And what does that mean? You need to organize yourself. Further than that, what does that mean? There needs to be collaborative value. All the organizations within the ecosystem are doing a great job, but trust me, if you walk alone, your journey will not end where you want it to end. So partner up and then push for what needs to be done, because it can only come from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noreen. So here, ESOs, we must organize and organize well. And I think in Kenya, we are ahead in the region. We are, as Andy, helping with Uganda, where we just ended the Uganda Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Initiative that is also bringing together the ESOs in Uganda and seeing how to work with that. We have our partners in Rwanda, we have our partners in Tanzania and in Ethiopia. So as Andy, we're in the business of really coordinating those conversations, organizing as ESOs, and bringing that dialogue through our convenings between these different stakeholders of the entrepreneurship ecosystem. So now, allow me to transition to the actual panel. Thank you very much for that. So if you're not a member of Andy, I think you're out of a home. So you need to join Andy so that your voice gets heard and that you are with your members, with their peers, where your voice can be heard. I should also add that Andy works with also national networks. So in Kenya, we have the Association of Startups and SMEs of Kenya. We have the Countrywide Hubs Association that we work together with, not in isolation. We work together to ensure that we are collaborating in the efforts of the ESOs. Now, if my phone can cooperate, I'd like to call our panelists, and we'll start out with Kathleen Namwezi. She's a consultant with the Evaluation for Development Practice at Genesis Analytics, a member of ANDI. Currently based out of the East African office, she's passionate about the experience of young people on the continent with specific interests in the intersection between education, youth, and the labor market. A round of applause for her, tafadhali. Thank you very much. Our next panelist is Chris Odongo, who is a strategic planning consultant and business coach with 22 years. He doesn't look like it. With SMEs across Africa. He is creative and practical in his approach. He has top skills in business coaching, strategy development, facilitation, leadership development, and personal development. A round of applause for him as he comes up. A better round of appreciation. Awesome. Wild is also an ANDI member. Another member we'll call up is Enoch Wangila. He's working for the future of work, supporting innovative early and late startup companies to scale, to be more inclusive and deliver greater impact. He has spent the last 4 years supporting early stage companies to scale, grow, and create jobs at scale for young people. A round of applause for Enoch as he comes up. Next, we have Philippa Mary. She's a youth skilling and labor market expert with a vast portfolio in job market demand mapping, having identified job market access points of the entire labor market of Mombasa, employment disruptions through the value chain analysis and design of employment services. She designs strategies, employment and systematic change intervention for youth employment programs, communities and multinationals. A round of applause as she comes up. Next we have Salome Ayugi. By the way, she works for Global Development Initiative, which is also a sister company under Aspen Institute of with Andy. We have Salome Ayugi, who oversees Kenya office for Synapis. She's developed her marketing and organizational leadership skills as a founder of Passion Biz Academy's first marketing department. She's Portions in the Hills and Green Network and is an ICT committee member of the Global Commonwealth Business Women's Network Kenya chapter. A round of applause for her. I know, these panelists are not ending. We only have 3 to go. Susan Kariuki Mwangela is Public Policy, Strategic Planning, and Youth Program Development Specialist. She has 19 years widespread experience leading and coordinating programs and partnerships in government, non-profit organization, international organization, and private sector. She's currently the Generation Unlimited Private Youth Partnership Program Coordinator, Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff, Executive Office of the President. So let us give her a round of applause as she comes up. All right. Did I miss somebody? I feel like, oh. And your picture is not here. Okay. Lastly, we have Ann Lawi, who is the Managing Director of Impact and the Vice Chair of the Association of Startups and SMEs Enablers of Kenya. She is not only a friend, but a mentor of mine who is changing the generation of ESOs here in Kenya. A round of applause for her as well. So I'll give it to Sadia to start up for us.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll start the conversation, and I just want to, share with the audience that, ideally this is a conversation with you all, right? So we will have this moderated bit for, 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll kind of open up the space. So we would welcome everyone to come up front, so you can sit here, you can ask your questions. It's more of an intimate gathering and conversation, okay? Whatever makes you feel comfortable, but we'll get started. So my first question is to Annie, right? Yeah, if you can just also share the microphone, because we just have 2. Sharing is caring, so that's fine. So my first question to you, Annie, is from your perspective, right? What are the most significant opportunities and challenges that is facing social entrepreneurship in East Africa, this region, and how can they be addressed?
Thank you so much, Sandhya. And very nice to be here and to have this conversation. And whenever I hear that question, I start to wonder, because it's a whole thesis you can answer. But let's see. When it comes to challenges, challenges for me most of the time, they are opportunities. Because businesses are built on a need that exists in an environment. So when you look at any environment or any segment, is there opportunities for you to build a business? Yes. There is access to healthcare. Is everybody in a region or a segment able to access healthcare? No. So what can we do to make sure that everybody is able to access healthcare? And that's, when you look at it, it's a challenge, but it's an opportunity. So the same thing goes to any other sector that you might look at, be it education, be it I have talked about be it education, be it manufacturing. So there are different sectors that you can look at in terms of access to services and products that these sectors might be looking at. So what are the challenges that any impact-driven businesses might be experiencing? key to think of is how do I build a business, be it impact-driven, that can be able to provide the service and someone is willing to pay for it. As much as it's an impact-driven business, someone needs to pay for the service or product for it to be sustainable. So when you think about that way, some of the challenges that will come to be is how do I build a scalable business model? And to think of metrics that can drive that business. One, is there someone who is willing to pay for the product or service that I'm building? An entrepreneur have to make sure that there is a solid business model behind any idea that they're building. Secondly, you have to identify specific business metrics for this business. For example, is it access to health? Who will be paying for your service? And how do I convince them? The key point of the centerpiece of that is it addressing a need that that market segments require. And finally, as I see we have so many to speak about, and this is a topic I can speak for so long, it's how are they able to access the product and stuff? How do you get it into the market? So what is your route to market? And you must test it out with environment or people around you, the segments around you. You start with your friends, your neighbors, your family to test out. Then you go to your networks around you, join different networks so that they can be able to test and tell you whether it's making sense or whether there are things that you need to improve. And finally, because if you start talking to investors, for example, we are impact-driven investors. We invest in businesses that are driving impact, that have trickle-down effect to the bottom of the pyramid. The first thing we will check, or rather we will be keen to see, is it addressing a need? Is it generating impact? For example, if it's access to healthcare, how many people is it able to provide services to? And how many of those, and how is it changing their life? And as long as those have been answered, those questions have been answered, then it's easier for us to be able that they have been able to take out investment metrics that we are looking for. So as an investor, is there a business model? Is it addressing a need? Is there a route to market? Can it scale? Because if there is a segment, a huge segment of people requiring the products or service, that means it can be able to scale. And when that is very clear, then it's how you're thinking around your route to market. How do you get your product or service out there? Yes.
No, thank you for sharing that. When as you were sharing, I was also thinking, wow, that's like a lot of things an entrepreneur has to keep in mind if they are to run a sustainable business, right? And I'm wondering, and my question now is to Susan, from your perspective, right? What can we do as NGOs, governments, ESOs to really help support entrepreneurs, especially those who are running social businesses, to really get their things together and really set them up for success? What do you think we can do?
Thank you so much. First, let me just acknowledge that the first time when I was invited to come and sit in this panel, I didn't know what to contribute to because I'm not an entrepreneur. My husband has tried to do it, to push me to it, and it has refused. So first, let me just congratulate you for being so brave and I think courageous to actually take that step. But just now, specifically to the question, the first thing for me in terms of the how is that we need to appreciate or just do our self-assessment and understand what our strengths are. An NGO is formed, and I think Noreen already alluded to that. I mean, they have their core business. Either most of the time it's to build capacity of people or to advocate for certain policies to be able then to change how things are. I'm sure, and that's also where maybe a majority of some of the entrepreneurs are in. There is the private entity, the private sector, private companies who are in the business of profit. And most of the time when they're engaging, for instance, with government is trying to work around the regulations and how do they favor them to ensure that then business is thriving for them to be able to make as much profit as possible. When it comes to international organizations or development partners, they also have very clear objectives where they are there to, they're here to provide development support, whether it's technical support to government or to other players, or to just provide funding to be able to catalyze opportunities that are already there. And then there's also another group of people, and I'm sure this is where the young people also fall in. I mean, this is also their country. They want to be at the center of what is also happening, and they believe that they have a value. So I think the first thing is first to appreciate and just underscore what your core business is in. Once you're clear on that, then is to ask yourself, then when we are thinking about partnership, and whether it's now in this case a multi-stakeholder partnership or a public-private partnership, is where are we in this business? What is it that we want to solve together? Because when you're clear about your goals and your objectives, it makes it very easy. I've been in a number of partnerships where they get into the space, but they're not very clear with the objectives. So you go around, and then after I think about 3-4 months, I mean, there is no other reason for people to keep meeting. So you started very well, but you didn't solve the bigger problem of actually why you're in it together. And of course, that's actually one of the biggest challenges, because there are many benefits of actually coming together. Because, you know, when people are everyone is doing their own thing, people are operating in silos, we're wasting a lot of resources, a lot of capacity and expertise that would have been drawn into the space is actually lost. So I think one of the other things, apart from the value proposition and of course the objectives, is that there's need for joint programming. And I speak this from someone also who has worked with all those sectors. And the biggest challenge I've seen is if it's entrepreneurs, you sit down as a network, you come up with a strategy and even a whole framework, and then you come now to government as if you're the expert and you're presenting the framework of what you want to do. Remember that government is representing the people. It also has its own framework. It has maybe like the MTP framework. There are places where even funds are located. So you present, and when it comes to government, they will not say no. They will, of course, open the doors for you, but you can be sure the one that will be running and the one that will always appear in most of the reports and speeches, or whether it's a president who's giving a speech or the cabinet secretary, it will always be what government is doing. So I think the first mistake that we make is we plan as if we are the experts in the room, and we now present as if they have an advocacy or a policy and even reports. I mean, very good reports, and I think I've shared this even with Andy, very good reports, but if they were co-created with government, I mean, then we'll be implementing together. So I think that's the same thing with even NGOs. So when co-creating, I think, is also one of the other ways of actually ensuring that you're moving together. And as you co-create, then it means that you're from government, if we are putting 20 million, you come in the 10 million, someone else comes with 0 shilling because maybe they are bringing in different technical expertise on the table. So I think for me, that would be another way of actually just trying to ensure that then we are moving in the right direction. There's more that we can add, and I think even in countries like Canada and Australia, who have very well defined frameworks for public-private partnership, they don't have a clear, framework. This is how it works. But I think what I noticed actually when I went into the website, for instance, for the Ministry of Education, is that they had a role, for instance, even for civil society organizations, so NGOs, and even parents. So I think it's also a challenge also from government, the people who work with government, to also see the need to also approach other players within the sector, not just not only the government expecting to receive proposals from the people outside, but also just seeing the value that they also can bring on the table as we make East Africa and Kenya and everywhere else a place that is suitable for everyone. Yeah, thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much for saying that. And I think one thing that resonated with me was the power of the collective, right? Like you and I can do things on our own, but when we collaborate, then the impact is much bigger. Thank you so much for sharing that. Grace, I'll pass it to you to take it on.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sadia. And we've heard a lot about what does a business need to have in place, and then what's that environment like. I kind of want to transition to now what actual problems are these entrepreneurs that we are supporting facing. So Chris, I want you to talk to us about, in your 20 years of experience, and you don't look like it, what are the most significant opportunities and challenges that you're seeing that social entrepreneurship in East Africa are facing, and how do you address them?
Thank you very much, Grace. I am actually 22 years old only, so I started doing this work when I was in my mother's womb. I think think for me, the conversation around challenges that businesses face always starts at an ecosystem level, and foundationally, every single person who's a business and who's in a business, whether you're a social enterprise, whether you're an SME, whether you're a small growing business or a startup, there are challenges which every single business faces, and those tend to do with, as Anne has said, business model understanding, and it's sort of like knowledge. Do I have the right knowledge as the business owner to actually build a credible, viable business? Then from the business knowledge, now you get into other, what is it called, ecosystem issues such as access to capital for my business, and that can be systemic in the sense of depending on which country you are in, which part of the world, and even which season. Right now we are in a space where there's turmoil in the global financial markets that are affecting even local governments' ability to actually raise funding. And so even though the government is doing what it can, there are global forces that are at play that are making interest rates inaccessible, that are making money transfer or foreign direct investment that will have been coming into Kenya to go into other places. And so access to capital becomes a challenge that all businesses are facing. Of course, then there are trade barriers and access to markets. If you are a local business and you're trying to sell within your local environment, then you have license regimes, you have infrastructural challenges. And these are typical things that, as I say, most businesses face. And when you come now to social enterprises, then there are now context-specific challenges that social enterprises are facing. And at social enterprise level, it has to do now with going beyond just your normal business model and looking at the business model that has a triple bottom line, and then asking yourself, how shall I be able to achieve profit, purpose, and a return on a return on investment for the owners and for the employees in a way that is balanced. And that then becomes a challenge, and then further made worse, because if you're a social enterprise, then are there specific capital providers who can actually give you that capital that you need to be able to have a triple play or a triple bottom line kind of approach. Coming back to regulation, the thing is at Wild International, for us to be able to operate, we had to have a dual registration as a profit company, as a non-profit company, because we have dual objectives. We want to help, but at the same time we want to make a profit. And if you don't have a dual registration, it becomes very difficult to operate within the current environment in Kenya as a social enterprise. Because if you are non-profit, then you can't distribute dividends to your shareholders, and therefore you can't raise market-driven capital, or even debt. If you are a for-profit only, then you also can't convince the social funders, the foundations, or the donors to actually give you funding that is patient, that is of a grant nature. And so you find that we have had to have a dual registration so that then we are able to do that. And that's something that many social enterprises face. And it's not just in Kenya, but even across East Africa. If you're looking at other countries like Ethiopia, there's a lot of government resistance to non-profit work, and it cuts across both sides. If you're a foreign company trying to register in Ethiopia, you have many hurdles to jump. If you're a foreign non-profit trying to register in Ethiopia, you even have more hurdles to jump. And so these are some of the challenges at that particular level that are facing organizations. Now, when it comes to potential solutions, I think we are talking about an ecosystem, and that's why, for me, I remain passionate about building ecosystems and collaborating and working together. And even this conversation is important because you can't say, I will fight it alone. There's that aspect of, if you want to change the world, you sort of like do it one step at a time, and you start changing the world right around where you are. But the kind of systemic issues that are facing businesses across East Africa, in Kenya, even across the world, are such that they cannot be tackled alone. And so people need to join forces, and this is a good conversation we're having, coming together and saying, what can we do together? And in a sense, to that extent, all these are people who are familiar to me because we're in the same WhatsApp group, and we are talking about how can we make better policies for SMEs? How can we make better policies for startups? How can we make better policies for social enterprises? And for me, it's to see how many more people can be drawn into the conversation, so that then if we can talk until we get to a place where we have the same language, then we can begin to build a policy and a framework that actually can begin to address these issues. Otherwise, if we don't do that, then every entrepreneur is on their own and the system is against us.
Thank you, Chris, for painting a picture for us about that landscape. And I think when you're looking from outside, do you think it's easy, right? But when you hear it from a perspective of the entrepreneur, it's almost like they're falling and they're trying to get out of this tunnel, and they just keep sliding back. Thank you for that. Even the potential solutions. Salome, I want to pose it even more to you. You have a fantastic program that you run at Synapis. And what are some of the solutions and key success factors that you've seen, especially for social businesses, that you are working with?
Cool. So hi, everyone. So when you're looking at yourself as a social business or as a social enterprise, there are a few factors. Just as Anne had referenced, this can be a whole thesis, but I'll try to focus on maybe about 4 or 5. Taking it back to the very beginning is good leadership. Who is this person who is starting up this business? A lot of social businesses or entrepreneurs, you know, you've turned a passion project into a business, or you've just seen this problem in your community, but you've never run a business before. You've never led a team of people or a team of volunteers. You've never fundraised before. So for an entrepreneur to be very candid about some of the weaknesses that they have, and also seeking out some of the business skills from people in this room, people on this panel, ESOs, accelerators, just so that you're able to start off on the right footing. Even as it gets into that, a lot of people struggle with having a clearly defined problem and solution, or really being key on what is it that I want to solve and what social cause is this affiliated to. I think it was referenced by someone, yes, you're frequently meeting, you have a cause, and then 4 months down the line, you're like, okay, what now? What next? So just having that clear from the beginning so that it more or less continues to guide your direction. Additionally is community engagement. So you've seen this problem in the community. Maybe it's a problem you're assuming this community has. So instead of coming in like Superman or Superwoman into this community with the solution that you have, not just involving them in the implementation phase, but from the very, very beginning, trying to listen out to some of the thoughts they have around this problem, also trying to get their ideas and involvement around some of the ways you think that they can solve this business. And then, of course, it comes to financial sustainability. If it's not a hobby per se, but it's something you're passionate about, and just as Chris had mentioned, it's a balancing act between, yes, this social cause that you want to support, and you also want to see income coming into the business, because there are additional stakeholders that depend on this business, be it people who have donated to the business, or investors who have come on board, employees or volunteers you want to support financially. So yes, there's the impact on the social side, but also just trying to balance so that you're also having income coming to the business.
All right. Thank you very much, Salome, for just kind of giving us those 3 bucket areas of how we look at. Kathleen, I want to post this next to you before I give it back to Sadia. So we've had what the problems are. We've had what the solutions are. We have had what policy, regulatory spaces we need. Coming from an impact measurement point of view, how should the entrepreneurs be able to pose their impact? When you talk about social business, what are these metrics that should be very explicit when they're talking about the social business?
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, so I think like for me, in order for the sort of like answer that question of like how or like what should the entrepreneurs actually be looking at to measure, I think like from the work that we have done, even more than just like really defining what are the indicators that entrepreneurs should be able to measure, I think the very, very first and like most important thing that the entrepreneurs need to know is they need to be able to actually understand their audience, you know? So like understanding, who is your audience that needs this data? Why do they need it? What story do they need to hear? What story actually needs to be told? At what frequency? And then once you've actually determined that, and sometimes that can be an investor, it can be you as a business, it can be your end users, just like being able to really understand who your audience is. And then I think like once you've actually understood that, then being able to then go from there and sort of like, determine what data do I need to collect, at what frequency, what indicators need to be in place, and that sort of thing. And then obviously, like when telling an impact story, I think what we have seen, from the entrepreneurs that we have worked with, it's obviously always really, really important to ensure that the story that you're telling is actually supported by data, So like, I know that sounds, silly when you talk about impact, but it is true that sometimes, like you don't have enough like good data that can actually support the kind of story that you want to tell. So again, like going back to the very beginning, really trying to understand what do I need to collect for what story, for what purpose, for whom, and sort of like being able to establish some of those sort of like, key aspects, that would help you to like tell the right story. And then in addition to that as well, actually, it's just like trying to understand how to tell that compelling story. Again, it's not answering what metrics do you measure, but I think in order for you to actually get to the, to the metrics, you have to be able to sort of like understand how do you tell the same story from different vantage points, So many times I think entrepreneurs are really focused on like just the numbers, but like I said in my bio, I'm really interested in stories, and I really do think that numbers do matter, but I do think that stories are actually what transport your end user, who often is not actually on the ground to see the social impact and all of that. And so being able to understand, how do you actually tell, the story from different vantage points is also really important. And the other thing, maybe like one of my last ones, is to say that where possible and where entrepreneurs haven't been able to sort of like clearly define what they want to measure, being able to also look at like already existing industry, industry standards, So for example, we have I want to say correctly, but like the social return on investment framework, for example, like there is stuff like that that's already existing. And so being able to like look at some of those industry standards and say, how do I sort of like, build off of that? And yeah, lastly, I think like remaining as transparent as you possibly can be. Sometimes you collect the data and it does not tell the story that you wanted to tell, or you wanted to say, look, we're doing A, B, C, D, but that's actually not there. So I do think it's really, really important when sort of like looking at this data and the impact and all of that to be accurate and sort of like, be as transparent as you possibly can be. And if the data is not there, if the story is not there, I think that's the story that you tell, as opposed to just like, cooking up the numbers to actually tell, a good story. So to me, I think like having those principles in place helps sort of like come up with the right, matrix, depending on the context, the situation, the audience, the utility of the data and all of that.
Thank you very much. So understanding the story that you want to tell because of what impact you want to have. Thank you very much. Sadia?
It's also important to, for entrepreneurs to know what kind of stories do the investors want to hear, right? Because I can be telling lots of stories, but if the person doesn't want to listen to me, then there's a problem. So I guess my next question is to Annie, but then it's also open to others who want to add, is how can entrepreneurs like really tell, like communicate the impact metrics in a way that resonate with investors, right? That really make them excited. So give us like solid examples so that entrepreneurs in the room can take note.
I think Catherine have covered the foundation of what you need to cover. But just to reiterate, when you talk about social business, it's about a story, it's about a social mission that your business is looking to solve. And most of the time, you hear stories that are not very detailed. You need to be verifiable. So what are those key metrics that you have to ensure goes along with your mission to solve or rather to tell your story? So the key important aspect is have verifiable metrics for your story. So story is important and have a very compelling story, but it have to be backed by numbers. So for example, if it's access to education, you have to know what is your what is it that you're doing, how are you doing it, and why you're doing it in that order, and let it be backed by numbers. If you have your story captured that way, that it's able to resonate with what is happening in the economic situation or condition that it is in a region, at the same time, the market segment that you're working with and why you are doing it. It's connecting with actual challenges that exist in a community. So that is the numbers, and it have to be very viable. Next, you have also to also think about your audiences and how they consume the stories that you tell. So most of the time, you find people just having content. It's also important to think of numbers in infographics because it's easier to see what it is when you talk of, for example, numbers in millions, this number of millions, and put it in percentages in an infographic manner, in an infographic way. It's easy to consume for most people. So think of ways in that it's captivating, it's emotive, it's driving the story in a more compelling way. And lastly, think of different segments and audiences and the way they consume those stories and the sequence of how you want those stories to be. So think of a story in a certain way that you will tell for a period of time. And that way, they are able to anticipate that you're within a certain sequence of a story. It has numbers, and it has a beginning, and it has an end. So as an entrepreneur, you're not just only building a business, you're also telling a story that you're starting from this end, and it has an end. And be in a different cycles of those stories so that you keep your audiences engaged. And finally, engage your partners and your stakeholders. You will find that, for example, if you have been invested and you're working with different partners, you're telling a very good story, but you're not engaging some partners. For example, you have been incubated in, let's say, for example, in Wild, or you have been incubated in a YY incubator or accelerator. But when you're telling your story, you're not tagging them, you're not mentioning them. And mentioning them, make sure that when you tag them or involve them in the story, it's able to increase the audience to their audiences. It also gives you credibility because the people you have worked with, it's because they have seen something in you and they're able to amplify your story. So if you use those critical things in telling your story, I'm very sure most people will be able to see what you're doing and recognize the funders or investors who have invested in your business, because it shows that there's someone who saw something in you and believed in you first before anything else. So, and I have seen, even for our investment portfolios, some of the social businesses being invested, we have invested in. But when they're telling their story, they're not mentioning the investment that have happened. Because what happens with such, it gives you credibility and amplify your story that someone have gone ahead of you and so what you're doing. So it's able to unlock further funding or further partnership with other stakeholders.
Sadia, allow me to also ask Enoch to add to anything, if there's anything you can add to that.
I think maybe one thing. I think the matrices will depend on the investor. I think it's important for social enterprises just to know who are you seeking capital from, what is important for them. You have impact investors who maybe for them they are interested in clean energy and the matrices they are looking at, yes, sustainability is important, but then there are specific matrices that they are looking for within that space. And maybe your business is not there. You are operating in a different field. But then there are things that cut across definitely. Every investor wants to invest in a sustainable business, in a business that's scalable. You're able to see those matrices from performance. And if even investors are taking a long view, then the numbers that you have should point to a story that could be coming in the future. So we just want to ensure that you, as a social entrepreneur, you are getting your matrices ready and available around revenue, around growth. You're trying to keep your costs as low as possible. If you're fundraising, then there's a very clear path of how you have come to that place and where you're taking the business forward. And lastly, at the end, with leadership is very important. I think sometimes investors, beyond the businesses and the matrices, they make a bet on the leader, on the founder. And to a degree, that could be your experience, your background. You could be a good storyteller, but that's not everything, right? Investors are able to get a sense of, and the team is not the founder alone. The founder could be the visionary, but we know it takes a village, or it takes a team to move social enterprises together. And as an investor, you're keen on checking on those aspects as people come to raise funding from you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for sharing that. So I want to shift gears and focus a little bit on the entrepreneurs themselves, right? We know that there's a lot of young people with lots of ideas who want to do things, who want to move the needle. But my question now is to Philippa. From your perspective, what do you see in the youth landscape, right? Like, what is the appetite like for entrepreneurship in East Africa, like the region itself? What are some talent gaps that you see? And what are some ways we can fill those gaps based on the talent in entrepreneurship?
I guess we'll save the best for last. So as a youth myself and as a business owner, one of the things we've seen is that the youth are quite creative. So they're becoming more of entrepreneurs, and they are also able to provide opportunities for their fellow youth. So one of the things we've seen as opportunities is the disruption that COVID-19 brought through the digital economy. There are a lot of opportunities for training. We've seen a lot of businesses going into the digital space because the market is expanding in that way to be able to get more customers. So it provides opportunities for employment, for entrepreneurship, and just being able to market certain businesses, digitize their processes. And we've seen even from public and private sector that now there's a lot of digitization opportunities because of what the technology and innovation has brought about. So a lot of youth are able to create even their business portfolios around this disruption, so that even as they continue to build their skills, they can create businesses around the skills they've built. There's a lot of opportunities in web design, annotation, transcription, basically anything towards digitization. Is an opportunity for job creation and skills transfer. So other things we've seen is just to be able to move away from the traditional digital literacy, but now to see how the youth can use their digital skills more effectively in these particular spaces for continuous learning. We are seeing the demand in the marketplace is going towards positive digital transformation. How are they able to transfer their skills to monetize these particular opportunities and, like I said, become job creators as well. Some of the gaps we've seen is it really needs, there's a lot of upskilling that needs to be done, just beyond you being able to use a search engine for research or communication through emails. You need to be able to transfer significant technical skills that can be marketable within the digital economy. So it's a very huge opportunity for the youth. They are creative, they are young. The digital space is expanding every day. 5 years ago, we only had 5 job groups. Now we have over 15, and that's just in the East African market. So I really encourage the social entrepreneurs to tap into that space. There's a lot of even donor lens towards what digitization can do and just the positive effects of using the internet towards continuous learning and job creation. Yeah.
With the same kind of trajectory, Enoch, maybe you can talk to us about the Global Alliance and what that platform that you have and what you're trying to do with the talent market.
Yeah, so just to validate that point, so I work at the Job Tech Alliance. The Job Tech Alliance, we say we are working on the future of work. We believe that technology will increasingly play a big role in mediating access to work, not just in Kenya, in Africa and around the world. And our mandate at the Job Tech Alliance is twofold. One is to build that ecosystem. Job tech in itself, it's a new terminology. And so for you to build an ecosystem around a new space, then there's a lot of work that needs to go into building that. So we are doing a lot around research, supporting job tech platforms. And by job tech platforms, I mean it's any platform that is using technology to mediate access to work. So this could be platforms for online work, they could be platforms for offline work, they could be platforms for upskilling, they could be platforms that support people who are working as gig workers, or you're doing task-based work, or they could be platforms that support micro-enterprises, informal shops, get access to credit, supply more efficiently. So that's a space where we operate in, and our mandate is to ensure that, one, we provide acceleration support, because we believe those platforms, those niches will create the next large frontier of jobs across the continent. And then number two is just ensure there's sufficient research into that space, there's sufficient funding beyond ourselves, get other donors, other philanthropic partners, other impact investors investing in that space, find spaces within policy where we can make an intervention to ensure that the ecosystem is it's viable for businesses to operate there and it's not suffocating. And while our mandate is looking at tech and jobs, I believe technology cuts across the entire social entrepreneurship journey or sector as a whole. I think if you're a social enterprise and there's no place for technology, I think you are not operating as efficiently as you should. There are a lot of scale potentials in technology. With technology, you can be more inclusive. With technology, you can deliver greater impact. And there are numerous examples in Kenya that we could cite. More than a decade ago, financial inclusion here in Kenya was, I think, below 20%. Right now, we should be at upwards of 90%, simply because of innovation and technology. At MercyCorps, where the Job Tech Alliance sits, we have one of our outfits called DigiFarm, where we work with smallholder farmers, and we have been able to work with a host of partners to deliver, digital services to smallholder farmers, getting to numbers of upwards of 8 million. During COVID, we reached 16 million smallholder farmers, and you can't do that if you're not using technology. Because technology is an enabler, information dissemination is easier. Farmers who are able to get information on locusts are coming, prepare your fields. So the predictive ability and technology is fast evolving. At MercyCorps, we've been able to do some work around. We know technology in itself is not good or bad, but it can be misused. We know disinformation is quite a big challenge right now, but equally technology presents an opportunity to counter that. And we've worked with a couple of people who have prominence on social media to try and amplify their voices to ensure we deal with those challenges. So I'd say, technology is indeed a great enabler for innovation, and I think social enterprises should definitely add that mix in their businesses.
Thank you very much for sharing that. And being that it's a talent question, but also we're talking more about jobs, is because we know that, if you're able to upskill youth, right? They're coming directly from colleges, from universities, even from high school. But if you're able to upskill them within the job market, then you're going to channel out even better entrepreneurs, because they will have learned their professional ethic, their work ethic, mentorship under this area. So when you talk about entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship, is where we bring in the talent that needs to be upskilled even to get and channel out better enterprises. Now, we know you have questions. We're coming close to the Q&A, but the last question I want to ask all of us, and this is kind of impromptu, is as ESOs, what are some of the challenges that you are having as ESOs, right, to support youth entrepreneurs? And then you can talk about recommendations.
Yeah, whoever has an answer. Okay, I'm holding it. Well, I'd say for one, being an ESO that also is passionate about access to capital for entrepreneurs, that's something that has been a challenge sometimes. Just trying to find the kind of partner who is on board with the caliber of entrepreneurs that we have on board and would align with their vision such that they're willing to have us come on board as an implementing and support partner to provide them with that kind of capital. Speaking as an ESO as well, it's also just in the getting the entrepreneurs. Kenyans are serial entrepreneurs and they are also serial program takers. So you're trying to speak to an entrepreneur that's like, oh, okay, I've done program X, Y, and Z. So that's why it's also really key for us in the ecosystem to partner, because there's no point for Synapis to try and be Nakumat. Nakumat, its logo was, all you need it, we've got it. Where are they now? They try to be everything. Where are they now? So there's no need to reinvent the wheel. So it's key for us in the ecosystem. Like if I know ESO provider Y's strength is in this caliber of an entrepreneur, if they're key in working with growth stage kind of level, or this other ESO is key on working with maybe people who are dealing with clean energy, why do I need to reinvent the wheel and make a new clean energy program instead of partnering with this other provider? So that's another key element.
So investor matching, the right investor, and then let's kind of collaborate and not reinvent the wheel. So be specific about what you are ESOing, right? Thank you.
I'll speak from two folds. From an investor perspective, for my 8 to 5 job, pipeline. So we are here and speaking to entrepreneurs, and the biggest need, if you ever ask any entrepreneur, will be funding. Where do I get my next investment, or where do I get my seed capital for me to scale? My biggest headache right now is getting the right investment fit for our fund, and that's why I really liked what my colleague Salome and Enoch said. It's very important for you to understand what investors are looking for, because yes, you're building a social business, but most of the time you build on your silo, you build alone, and you don't soundboard what potential funders might be looking for. So it's very important for you to keep on validating out there. If I was to speak to a funder, what might they be looking for? So, and I'm saying that because we are at the end, or we are in the phase of analyzing more than 300 applications, and you will still struggle to get 4 or 5 businesses to settle for investment as an investor. On the other foot, my other hat I wear is an ecosystem builder. I'm the vice chair of ASEC, that stands for Association of Startup and SMEs Enablers of Kenya. And we are the voice of enablers that work with startup and SMEs across the nation at a national level. And the reason for that, we wanted to have a common voice. How do we keep engaging government? How do we keep engaging different ecosystems, and how do we have a common voice that can engage collectively? And the biggest challenge was not having a collective voice. All of us are trying to do the same thing, but building in silos. How do we amplify what we are building, or what we would want to see futuristic from a common point of view? So that is a huge setback, but we are making the right steps because we have ASEC, and we have other associations like Country Hub and Andy, and we are starting now to speak from a point of view. And I liked what Noreen was mentioning. How do we keep engaging and having conversations that are corrective, that are futuristic, that are thinking, how do you build entrepreneurs that can scale? Because then it will be based on, if we want to attract investment, if we want to attract partnership, if we want to attract markets, what are those markets looking for, and how can we approach those conversations as from a national point of view, not from an individual point of view. If it's collective, it's more weighty, it have common value, and it have shared purpose. So how do we make sure that we engrade everything that we're doing from a common point of view? And that's the conversation that we keep pushing and leading from ASEC point of view. And lastly, from ASEC point of view, is how do we have as much learning and ensure that, I know every conversation we want to have, it have to be founded on data. But how do we make sure that the data that is collected from us, and I know most of ESO will have data fatigue because everybody right, left and center asking data from you. But how do we have value-driven approach that these data that are being collected from you, it's somehow adding to your business, it's adding value to you. So how do you have those conversations that are bringing in value-added partnerships and resources at an international level, at regional level, even at national level? Even when you engage in government, it's from a point of, if we do this, we know government is doing 1, 2, 3, 4, and with these pockets of information, with these pockets of this, it can be able to give these results. So those are the pillars at ASEC, and their challenges, but also their opportunities for driving the conversation.
Thank you, Anne. So Anne is looking for pipeline. If you're an entrepreneur, you're a ESO, and you have pipeline, she's looking for pipeline. Secondly, how do we come together as an ecosystem? She's talked about ASEC, Association of Countrywide Hubs, and Andy. So as Andy, we are bringing together all these networks and everybody in it so that we work collaboratively together to be able to have that voice that is heard across the board. So thank you for that. Anybody else wants to share?
Sure, I'll just share very quickly. Yes, I do agree with everything else that you guys have said, but I think for me, the one thing that I've also noticed from especially like a monitoring evaluation, officer, so we usually tend to be sort of like the middleman between the entrepreneur and the investor, is there are actually very few investors who are willing to sort of like walk the entire journey with the entrepreneur. So there is a lot of people that come in, well, not just like investors, but just like all of, like ecosystem supporters. So there is a lot that will come in at like different stages. But oftentimes the entrepreneurial journey, starts from, from the very beginning, and like there's different challenges that are faced, different support, that's needed, like along the journey, along the way, and all of that. And I feel like oftentimes like that continuity is actually not there. So you'll find that the entrepreneur is given support, maybe, in the first 3 years of starting, or maybe like somewhere in the middle, but then they actually don't have the support available in order for them to, to actually continue. And I think like that can be quite disruptive. It can sort of like, if it's fragmented, it can also take away from what, they've already built on and that sort of thing. So I do think from like the ecosystem supporters, really thinking about like how we can sort of like support, continually through like the entire journey, a little bit longer. And just very quickly from the side of the entrepreneurs though, so like when we come in, for example, to collect the data, to tell the impact story and all of that, oftentimes there is also like a lack of systems in place. And many times, like, you don't even have to reinvent the wheel. I think there is a lot that's already available out there. You can rely on mentors, you can rely on peers that have already sort of like gone through the same challenges, addressed them, built systems and structures and that sort of thing. Government is providing training, Andy is providing training and all of that. And I feel like oftentimes entrepreneurs don't also tap into these existing resources to actually strengthen what's happening within their own businesses. And then that just makes things a little bit complicated. So I would also say from the entrepreneur side, like being able to sort of like see what's out there, what value can I get out of that, and then actually being able to tap into that so you can actually add value to your own business.
Great. Thank you very much. So
Grace, allow me to say something. But when we listen to young people, when we ask young people, what is the issue? Because, she's talking about these opportunities that are all over for social entrepreneurs. That information is not easily accessible out there. That's the unfortunate thing. So I know, but they don't know. Think about West Pokot. Someone is an entrepreneur, they're looking for someone who can build their capacity, someone who can provide for them funding. They don't know where they are. So I think for me, one of the biggest challenges is access to information, and the way to solve it is have like a portal where everyone, like a directory. We used to have a telephone directory. It was my responsibility if I wanted to call a post office. I look for the telephone number, I call, follow up, and I get the information that I need. So something similar to that, like a directory that actually has all those, if you're an impact investor, you're looking for someone who you want to invest to, this is what we offer. I'm an entrepreneur. So those kind of things, I think we need to think about as a way to solve to, especially to young people out there who might not actually access a platform such as this.
Thank you, Suzanne. And actually, to just validate that, the Kenya National Innovation Authority just came up with a Kenya Innovation Bridge. They just launched that, I think, 2 weeks ago. That really houses all innovations and startups and accelerators within the country, and you can be able to access that. But I hear you. It's going beyond the data points. It's going beyond just that you have the presence, you exist, into actually what programming do you have. One of the key barriers that we have is access to the internet, honestly. So even if you have that repository that's online, someone in Pokot may not be able to access it. So I think we also need to be creative in how we are actually getting to these people. When I was working at B-Lab, we had to do radio station, like we had to do adverts in Kiswahili and Lokotang, right? So we need to go to actually that low where either literacy is an issue, or even access to the internet is an issue. So as an ecosystem, we need to kind of start redefining how we get to that last mile, so to speak, kind of access. Now, anybody else? And then let's share a few recommendations. What has worked for you as an ESO that maybe you can share with other ESOs as we close out?
Okay, so I have the mic, and I was going to say there are several things. One, it's not sometimes just a lack of information, but sometimes there's also too much information. Sort of like everyone has a program for an entrepreneur somewhere in Africa. So how do I even sift through the quote unquote noise to get to what is really relevant for me? And I think the second thing is, you say entrepreneur access to capital. ESOs have the same challenge in terms of accessing capital that they can use to actually grow and scale and offer more services to businesses everywhere. I mean, there are millions of businesses across Africa that need help from hundreds of thousands of ESOs. And therefore, if you want to scale as an ESO and build up technology or a platform to reach more businesses, who is going to provide you with capital? Against what return of investment, and based on what business model? So the same challenges that entrepreneurs have, even ESOs have them. And then in closing, as I said before, it's building and coming together. And we have done that, and Anne and Kathy were talking about it and saying you need to have a space where entrepreneurs can go and get different services. And we have that at the sandbox where you can come and access marketing, HR, customer service, PR, across 30 different expert areas. And so the power of collaboration is very important, as opposed to competition, and working together within the ecosystem to be able to then, even as Salome said, stick to your strengths, leverage on your neighbors' networks and strengths, and therefore then get to that place. So I think for me, it's the people who have already begun the journey of collaborating, partnering. My recommendation is that they should continue with that. At Sandbox, we are often collaborating. I mean, last year, we worked with more than 200 organizations across East Africa in partnerships, and that enabled us to reach 6,000 businesses. We wouldn't have been able to do it if we were trying to get to those businesses on our own. And so that's the power of collaboration.
Thank you very much. The power of collaboration. So as ESOs, we need to collaborate and not think that we can work by ourselves and reach massive extents. So any questions? Do we have questions or comments in the room?
Good afternoon. My name is Rosemary. I've been working with the young people under the Kenya Youth Empowerment Program since 2009. So one of the problems that the young people are going through, most of them have, because of desperation, they have entered into drugs and all kinds of hopelessness because they don't know where to get this kind of information. I actually met a young man last week who wanted to commit suicide. And I was telling him not to commit suicide. So they don't even know where to start or where to go because they don't even know where they can do this entrepreneurship so that they can be able to come from the desperation, the drugs, and there are so many things that they are doing. So what is the solution that you're going to come up with to be able to reach these young people who are maybe in the slums and so on, who are maybe also where you're talking about West Pokot, maybe the people can be able to get light and know there's something called entrepreneurship which can bring them a change into their lives. Because when we have even the graduates who are also getting from the universities and also they are getting into this kind of desperation because they don't know where to start life. You talk of entrepreneurship and these young people, maybe they come from university and they want to enter into job markets and jobs. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. I kind of want to split the two. So there is the issue with our youth and finding jobs and hopelessness, and then the youth who are entrepreneurs themselves. Allow me to answer the second, and then I'll still Philippa to answer. So within the programs that our incubators, our ESOs run, we have wellness that is ingrained in them, in how to identify as leadership, in how to separate the businesses from themselves, having different entities, but also how do they operate at their optimum. So when you think about, leadership, emotional intelligence, this is any psychosocial support that this youth would need are really packaged together with the support programs. Then Philippa, you can talk about the employment.
So I'll start with, the issue that you mentioned. So one of the things we've done so far and geographically in Mombasa is to partner with hospitals, because we have a program with the Mewa Hospital through the Global Opportunity Youth Network Mombasa that rehabilitates drug users, and then we plug them into employment through the community. So that has been done at the coastal region. You can feel free to go to Swahili Port Hub and be able to find out through our social media platforms the programs that we have to support youth employment and specific interventions just before a youth goes into training or to employment, because we are very cognizant of the fact of the barriers that some of these youth face, especially when it comes into getting into the job market. So we are very open with the information on our social media platforms, and you can be able to register through our database. We have a database of over 10,000 youth in the county. It's growing, and one of the things we do is to partner with different organizations towards specific youth employment interventions, and we also have employability skills training that prepares the youth to get into the workplace with Kenya Methodist University, and then we have resource kind of structures through our multi-stakeholder network that enables youth to plug into training programs and placement across the labor market. So regardless of what sector they are in, we are able to work with them throughout that process, including mentorship, so that they can access and be able to be retained in employment. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Kindly cue the next slide with our contact information. If you'd like to reach out to anybody, we'll be able to hook you up with any of the panelists that are here today. So that is an Andy email, and we'll be able to hook you up. Any other question? There's one question over there.
Thank you very much, our panelists. My name is Hussein Walakila from Uganda, Kampala University. And I would like to seek for your advices in line with my submissions about the challenges facing entrepreneurs. I happen to have a school in Uganda there. It was a primary school. I wanted to blend it to be for non-profit, and at the same time to be for profit making. That is what we call hybrid enterprise. But due to lack of access to sufficient capital, the school collapsed. It collapsed because I failed to balance the two, for non-profit and to make it profit. Then, in line with that one, lack of access to capital, many people have very good business plans or ideas, but due to lack of capital, they can't put up businesses. For example, given resources, I can also set up a university like this one. But why? The major impediment is lack of what? Capital. So I would like to advise me in that line. Then another one, there is what we call career dependency. Career dependency is also another impediment as far as entrepreneurship development is concerned, especially to the youth and other people. For example, you might be a lecturer here, and the salary is too meager, it's not enough. Then you want to start maybe a primary school somewhere. But again, you fear to leave this job of yours. You can't be 100% there. That one leg is, you want one leg to be here, another leg to be there. But in management, we say, in business, we say business management, a business where you can't attend to it by 80%, that your presence is there, that one will leave. If you can't be there at least for more than 80%, that one will leave. So career dependency means some of us, we fear to leave our careers. For example, you're a nurse, you're a lawyer, doctor, lecturer, you fear to leave your permanent job. So how can you advise me that should I go, I leave it completely and I start my own social entrepreneurship, social business, or I'm two in one leg is here, another leg is there. Then lastly, that one is also balancing time. How can you balance time? For example, connected to that one, that I'm a lecturer here at Tangaza University College. At the same time, I want to start my primary school. How can I balance my time? Thank you so much.
Is it the same question as that one? Let me take this one quickly because I think it's 3 in 1. Question number 1, I'm running a business, I'm making money, where does the money go? The first step is, do you keep financial records so that you can be able to say month on month, year on year, this is what came in, this is what went out, this is what's left. And therefore then you can be able to tell my business is growing, my business is stagnant, or my business is in decline. And obviously, are you paying yourself a salary? Okay, because if you're not paying yourself a salary, it's one account, it's a business account, it's the rent account, it's the children's school fees account. You can never tell where the money went. So you need to be able to separate your finances and have a financial management system. Second question, to quit my job and to go fully into business, that is a decision that you can only make at the level where you know your monthly expenses. And you want to ask yourself, at what point will my business get to pay me? Because remember, you've separated your business finances from your personal finances. So at what point will my business get to pay me my monthly amount? Or have I saved over the last 10 years so that I have money to live on for the next 2 years without touching the business money? So those are sometimes the two things. Or am I willing to move to a cheaper house, to move my children to a cheaper school, to sell my car so that my monthly expenses are going to be low enough for my business to cover it? And it's a personal sacrifice you have to make. If you're not able to make the personal sacrifice, you will not be able to transition. And finally, am I passionate enough to actually quit my job without a parachute and go into entrepreneurship? Because sometimes it comes down to that, but also the support system. Do I have a father, a spouse, a brother who can actually be able to provide me a support? And sometimes entrepreneurs are able to move into the family home, there's no rent, you only need to pay for food, and therefore then your cost of living is low enough to allow you to do the business. Yeah, so I hope I've answered.
Sorry, I just wanted to actually add something very small on that. To say, so from the work that we've done with like monitoring and evaluation, one of the programs that I have actually found to be extremely interesting was, because when you go out into the community, you speak to entrepreneurs, oftentimes they'll say, we lack money. We don't have the money, we don't have the funds to scale, we don't have the money to actually start the business and all of that. But actually what I found really interesting last year, we were actually like between 2020 and last year in 2022, we were evaluating an entrepreneur support program, and it's actually in Uganda. And what they do is they don't provide any financial support to the entrepreneurs. All they do is provide entrepreneurship support education. You know, so they will teach them on things like bookkeeping, like you were saying, and how do you market your products, and you know, where do you stand as an entrepreneur, and like, you know, business acumen and that sort of thing. And I, from my experience, I'm curious to see what others think, but I have actually found, and I was very pleasantly surprised to find that, you know, this education that's actually provided to the entrepreneurs oftentimes will even yield better results than if somebody had written a check to this person or like given this person, you know, actual cash. Now, obviously, the better aspect is sort of like provide, you know, combine, you know, financial support with, you know, entrepreneur, you know, with sort of like, you know, entrepreneurship education. But I did find that until the entrepreneurs actually have some of the basic, you know, principles and building blocks in place, you can write a check of $1 million and the business will still fail. And this is to not blame the entrepreneurs, but to say, like, I think there are things that need to be in place before money can actually add that value. And I do think, like, at the scale stage, like once something is actually proven and it's ready to be scaled, then absolutely finances are very important. But I think from the very beginning, I think there is a lot more that needs to be in place before, you know, the investment can actually make, an impact. And again, in Uganda, I'm from Uganda as well, but I've also done a lot of entrepreneurship businesses in Uganda as well. I have seen so many medical doctors that have left their jobs and they've actually moved to go start their own businesses because it proved something. So again, it probably comes back to everything that you've said, but for me, these are some of like the really interesting entrepreneurship stories that I have seen from the work that I've done.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists. A better round of applause. Only with Andy will you find such a rich panel. For real. Only with Andy that you get government officials, NGOs, investors, donors, and even people who are running platforms from the county levels. Thank you for coming out today and joining us. Now, entrepreneurs, stick with you. Why are you running your business? Because that motivation has to go beyond profit making. It has to be because it's solving an issue, and that's why it's a social business, and that will be why it sticks around longer. For ESOs, collaborate. Not just within ourselves, but also with government, so that whatever programs, whatever initiatives we have are not just here for today, but for a long time to come. And then we need to get on technology. Change as with the times, but change to remain relevant and change to have impact. And that brings us to the end of this breakout session. Thank you so much for coming through. Again, if you have any question, remember, Andy is your leading voice of the small and growing business. Thank you, and God bless you all. And here we have Professor Yunus. Thank you very much, and let's see you in the next panel. Yes, we are taking a picture. All panelists, come up here.
Can I request Dominic Douster, Managing Director of Wire Foundation, to come on stage as well? Ms. Lamia Morshed, Executive Director of Yunus Center, and Nobel laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus, sir. We have been partnering with iAfrica Foundation, Kampala International University and Yunus Center for 13 months. We have done some fantastic work, and as a ceremonial gesture, Daniel, the crest. As a ceremonial gesture, the VC of Kampala International University will present Professor Yunus with the crest as a vote of thanks for his inspiration and his support. Ali, the pictures, please.
Thank you so much. There is a Swahili saying, I'm from Uganda, so if my Swahili goes wrong, you pardon me. There's a Swahili saying that asiyesikia la mkuu huvunjika guu. So Professor Yunus Muhammad is our mkuu, he's our elder, very senior. He gave a very, very motivational, transformative speech in the morning. And so I strongly advise that if you do not take his words seriously, you will lose your leg. That's the meaning.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. On behalf of Kampala International University and our partner, Africa Foundation, we would like to present this. You are priceless, sir. Your value is priceless. So this is nothing compared to the change that you brought to Uganda in terms of social business. Kindly accept it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
There's also a small token, very small indeed. Thank you very much. I'm sure Professor will like the Ugandan tea as well.
Perfect.
I know these days we are in digital technology, open May. I know this might be a bother for you to carry as excess luggage, but our calendar has more than 3-month pages that reflects, can you check, reflects the project. Yes, so we have a digital, thank you very much. You know, we put it up the end of the year. In November, there are also other pages. So thank you very much for accepting to support us. And Dominic was a great asset, and Shihab and Lamia, and we've all been coordinating. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. And one crest. Yes, one crest for Yunus Center on the.
So this is for Yunus Center. Without it, and by the way, Kampala International University is one of the global social business centers. It's a permanent feature in the university, and we will protect and preserve it. And through it, we hope we'll channel many more projects. So on behalf of that, I handed this to Madame Lamia Murshid. In the implementation of the project, she delegated all the powers. So we're able to resolve a lot of things. That's for you. Then last but not least, I think this is to Yunus and you. Dominic, our friend. So, thank you so much. On behalf of the university and all its partners, we really have demonstrated our appreciation to you, and we look forward to many more years of collaboration under the patronage of Professor Yunus Muhammad. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Professor Yunus, you would be happy to know that Professor Mpesa shifted his flight just so he could be here. And a lot of his team members traveled by a bus from Kampala to Nairobi. It took them 10.5 hours just to see you. Everybody say hi. Who's part of the Obina, say hi. Yes. Some of them are.
Thank you very much.
They traveled all the way. So, thank you so much. Before we start the next question, can I ask a controversial question to Professor Mpesa? Prof, you are a very powerful man. Can I ask a controversial question to you? Is the Ugandan tea better than Kenyan tea?
Professor Yunus will issue a verdict.
All right, we will wait for that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Mpesa. May I request Professor Yunus and Ms. Lamia and Dominic to stay on stage for the other two announcements. Daniel, thank you. Professor. All the Kampala people from the Kampala University, from Kampala International University. Obina, where are your teammates? They are another university. That's another university. Kampala. Oh, they also come on over. Come on over. Yeah, Team Uganda. Yeah, Team Uganda. Where is that? The lady. Thank you very much. It's a joyous occasion, so let's break the moment of silence. Thank you. May I request all the people from Uganda to stay back for the other announcements, because you are part and parcel of it. Our next announcement is with the blessing of Professor Mohammad Yunus and Ms. Lamia Muhammad, we are launching the East Africa Social Business Academia Research Initiative. It's a global research initiative focused on East Africa and social business. So if you are a university who would love to increase their capacity in academic research, focusing on social business, please apply to us. It is open till the entire month of May. We have a technical advisory committee sitting in Scotland, Glasgow, Caledonian University. Professor Cam Donaldson, he is reaching with throughout us, and it's part of the Social Business Academia Conference that happens annually. And you would love all our East African partners. We are talking with 14 universities, and we are partnering with 8. So feel free to apply. There is fantastic capacity building opportunities that's going on. And if you want to fund your research, be it a small one or be it like an article on social business that you want to do, please reach out to us, and it will be great to partner with you and go for it. You can find the information at the Yunus Center website, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram, at all our handles. And for those of you who have my email address or Brother Jonas's at Tangaza University College, reach out to Tangaza University College as well, and you can get all the details. Thank you very much. Let's keep it short and sweet up. So let's move on to the next announcement. Sir, we have the launching of a new Yunus Social Business Center at Kampala University. And we are in, there's a surprise for you. So technically there are 3 universities, there are sister universities with them. So everybody will be joining us on stage. Let me get the names right. May I request the VC, Professor Kitambala Marcelin, Vice Chancellor of the East African University, Kitengela, to come up on stage, please. Oh yeah, perfect. That was fast. We need Vice VCs more like you. And Professor Yunus will do the honor of signing the documents. Richard, if you could help us with the papers, could you come in, please? Open it up. Sir, you will be signing on behalf of the Yunus Center. This signing MOU and TUR is for Kampala University and its sister universities, the East African University at Kitengela and the East African University at Rwanda. And I would like to request the VC to say a few words.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. Actually, I'm representing Kampala University. We work under BDK International Universities Network. The East African University Kenya, East African University Rwanda, and Kampala University. We are excited to join you. We are going to set up a business center at the university, Kampala University, and we are going to send it to TU, the East African University Kenya, and East African University Rwanda. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
We have a gift, very simple, very significant for us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to Yunus Center. Thank you to Ms. Lamia Morshed, Professor Ahmad Yunus, the representations from Kampala University. 3 birds with the strike of 1 stone. That's how you do it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that brings our announcement section to close. Coming. All right.
Yeah, looks like we are almost done, but there is doneness in this room. I think we should do some, refresher yoga with Zep. She's the founder of Yoga with Zep. You can follow her on Instagram, but she also runs a foundation where she helps women get in touch with nature and also accept themselves. So I want to welcome on stage this exceptional woman. I've never done yoga before, so this is a first for me too. So let's welcome her with a round of applause, and she'll come.
Hello. I am back again. I hope you guys had a beautiful day. It was beautiful to start the day with you. And I'm going to challenge you for this before your next panel, to work on balance a bit, because balance helps a lot with focus and being present. So we're just going to do that and do a bit of breathing exercise. And if we didn't meet in the morning, I'm Zep, and I'm so glad to be here. And so for that, we can just stand up and just do a bit of balance. So you can just move your leg just a bit and feel how your body feels. Move your shoulders to the back and front. Nice. And if you have your hands crossed, just bring them down and just move your hands. Nice. And you can move your head side to side. How is your chin? How is your shoulders? Nice. And I'll turn around. You can turn around. And we're back. So if you have heels on, it's also a very good challenge. We're going to start with our right leg and just lift your knee up. Yeah. So the reason why it's still going down, it's because your stomach is loose. So when you lift up and engage your core, it gives you that balance to stay here longer. Another thing is you try to bring your mind to where you are now. If you're distracted in your mind, then you're going to move a lot and drop. The other thing is, don't look at me if I fall or any other person next to you who is seemingly might drop the leg, because immediately you respond to it and your leg goes down. So we're going to hold here, and for the next few seconds, I'm just going to talk about that balance. So what it happens is, most of the time we find our heads just in the past. So just keep your knee up, and sometimes you're just thinking of what next, especially being entrepreneurs. I know you want to work on your goals, and sometimes you forget to be present, and being present helps a lot to achieve your goals, especially being an entrepreneur. So anytime you feel like your mind is all over the place, you can challenge yourself, even in a day, to have just 5 minutes to just work on your balance. Then slowly take a long inhale through your nose with your knee still up. And as you're breathing out, gently drop your leg. So going back to the second side. So slowly lift your leg up and then engage your core. You can also bring your hands to the side of your hip, or you can have them down. Another thing with balance and flexibility is you realize one side is more flexible than the other side, or with balance, one side is more balanced to the other side. So how do you feel now? Is this side more balanced than the other side? Amazing. So we're going to hold here for just 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely bring the leg down. That was amazing, guys. Awesome. So we're going to have one more challenge. So just the way you're standing, we're going to start with your right leg. You bring your right leg on top of your left. So your right, and bring your hand out, your left hand. So what is happening is you're dropping your head first, then your shoulders towards your right side, then you're trying to bring your left shoulder a little bit higher. So the more you go, you feel a very nice stretch along your torso, especially from your hip side all the way up to your shoulder. So breathe in to that space where you're feeling the tension, and as you're breathing out, relax that place. Just let it go. Relax your face and begin to look up to the roof. You can soften your knees so you can have a better balance, or if you feel like you're up for the challenge, just push the knees out and keep your hip up. And I'm going to hold here for 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Take a long inhale to that space. And as you're breathing out, allow that space to relax. Then together, engage your core, protect your lower back, and from your head, start shifting all the way back up to the center. Then you bring the leg out, your right leg, so the left one goes on top. Then you breathe in through your nose. And as you're breathing out, you begin to drop your weight towards your left side as you lift your chest up. And once you feel like you're ready for the challenge, begin to look up to the roof so that you can feel a nice stretch along your neck. Then relax your belly, relax your chest, and allow yourself to just feel nice for 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Take a long inhale to that space. And as you're breathing out, allow that place to just soften where you're feeling the tension. Then engage your core, protect your lower back, and slowly begin to lift up back to your center and bring your leg out. And now we're going to do a tiny breathing exercise. So you're breathing in through your nose and breathing out through your nose. So long inhale through your nose and long exhale through your nose. We all know how to breathe, but I would like you to try this tip. So when you're breathing in, feel how your belly expands. Then shift your attention to your chest. Feel how your chest expands. Then the last thing you give attention is your shoulders, how they lift up. So there are 3 steps when you're breathing in, you focus on. So take a long inhale through your nose. Feel how your stomach expands, then your chest expands, then your shoulders lift up, and then hold here for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe out. Feel how the shoulders drop first, how the chest drops first, and how the belly goes back in. So we are going to be doing that, but I would like you to be very attentive with your body, and I'll be counting. So long inhale through your nose for 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold your breath. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gently breathe out. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now take a long, long inhale, filling up everywhere. And we hold for 10, 9, 8, relax your face, 7, 6, 5, relax your entire body, everywhere you're holding tight, for 2. And now gently open your mouth and breathe out. And now you can have your seat, and thank you for practicing with me.
Okay, I hope you're feeling a bit more energized. We are nearly there, we are nearly there. We saved the best for last, but everything has been good and best. Yeah, that's not to say everything before was not good. You've saved, everything has been wonderful. So a round of applause for yourselves for sticking this far. Breakout sessions since morning. It's been intense and wonderful at the same time. So right now we want to have our last panel. It's on the road ahead. What is next? How do we navigate the future in a rapidly changing world? What is next? What is really next? So at this point, I want to invite someone who I met over lunch. He told me he lives in a wonderful village in Germany. I don't know whether he's here. He is a visionary, an entrepreneur, a storyteller, and he flew all the way from Germany to be with all of us. He's been in the social impact space for the last 16 years. I remember he told me that. Please put your hands together for Mr. Hans Rees. Karibu sana, Hans. Karibu sana.
Good. So, final day. But we have also a very guest of honor as well. And the first time when I meet her, I didn't see her, I just listened to her. It was in Canada, it was in Montreal, it was on a huge creative festival. And it's a big honor for us when you take your time today to closing this day with us. Vanira Matai, please come on stage. So wonderful to see you again. So, Maria, may you sit next to Professor Jonas? Super. I will stand a little bit because I will come down to you as well. Lamia, if we... Yes, of course. But is he coming now? Super. Yeah. But I want to give him my chair. That's what I was thinking. And of course, we can't close the day without Shazib. Come on stage. I was not supposed to have a chair. But yes, what's a great worker for the whole YY? Who is in the YY gang? Where are the YY Ventures? Only one. Oh, yeah. Good. So then, let's sit down. Okay. So, Vanira, we start with you. We talked a lot about great stuff today. We learned so much about from the young students. I learned personally a lot about Virunga, the big park. So when you think about you as a social activist, as a researcher, and what comes next, what gives you, let's start, what gives you hope? what comes next.
First of all, what a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the kind invitation. When Professor Yunus calls, you go. So I'm so grateful. First of all, welcome to Kenya. Welcome back. I know you've been here many times. And then, of course, Tangaza University. I love this place. And so the two things that I couldn't miss. We've done some work here. And actually, we were working on some youth work, trying to see how we can be creative with one of the institutions and at least inspired by a faith tradition that drives so much in this country. So it's wonderful to be here. Well, I have a tremendous amount of faith and hope in youth. And so that's also a reason why I think this forum is so apt and focused. I also think youth and entrepreneurship are absolutely one of the most important solutions to the climate crisis, as a matter of fact. We talk a lot about the technical elements of the climate crisis, but because poverty is the underlying driver of vulnerability, and vulnerability, we know that our countries in the global south are 15 times more vulnerable than anybody else. What happens in so many countries around the world would not cause as much damage as happens in our part of the world. Building resilience is also about addressing poverty. It's about addressing the underlying drivers. So for me, I have a lot of hope in the fact that we have some of them, in reading the materials for this meeting, for this conference, the most entrepreneurial spirit is in our youth. We have as a massive asset on the African continent. Kenya is a huge driver of entrepreneurship. So what's not to be hopeful about? I think we are the ones, especially those who control finance, those who control what's risky and what's not, who is risky and who's not, are the ones who are holding us back. Because young people are ready, they are creative, they are innovative, they have big ideas, they think big. But there's a lot that's holding us back. And I spend a lot of my time trying to eliminate those things that are holding us back. But I have a lot of hope in unleashing the entrepreneurial spirit in youth, in our East African youth. I believe that tremendously.
No, thank you for sharing your great motivated spirit. If you come close to social business, to the work of Professor Yunus, of Lamia, of the Grameen family, when was your first contact with social business and what was your first thoughts about it?
You know, that's a really good question, because what many of us and I didn't realize is that I came in contact with social business long before the word was coined, right? So we've all learned so much from the work that you did, Prof, and you essentially created the word itself. But the Greenbelt movement, founded in 1977, right here in Kenya, was founded on the premise of a social business, that actually you could incentivize the re-greening of landscapes, of the elimination of food insecurity by incentivizing the planting of trees for an incentive, which was cash. And so this was, in many ways, a social business. I didn't know that at the time. Then, of course, with the years that have come, the incentive to plant and regreen has grown tremendously. And we are now seeing accelerators that are helping tree-based businesses structure better, build the structures they need to be able to be bankable, if you will, go and get. But the first entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs I knew, were grassroots women in the villages, literally re-greening their landscapes.
The Green Belt movement is definitely a super role model. Lamia and myself told just when she got the news and the Green Belt movement and Wangari Maathai achieved the Peace Nobel Prize, that was a real big message, you know, a woman in Africa, an organization who works with the hand, who goes down, work with the hand, got it. So what we want to do next, that's what we ask on this panel. And get ready, what you want to do next. So you had a full day of listening, you had a full day of inspiring. I will come down now and ask some of you randomly, what's next for you? So think a little bit before I make a choice and see what are you doing on Monday next? What's next for you? Somebody want to make it by choice, or should I choose some people? I do it very hard to choose you, okay? Good. Dominic, I start with you. Dominic, what's next? What's next for you? You brought us here, so what's next?
Thank you, Hans. Always a big surprise. Well, what's next? I'm much looking forward to welcome Professor Yunus, Lamia, and Shazib to Germany towards the end of May. And we see what we can do in the social business there, also for our foundation, and then proceed to other engagements within Europe. So that's going to be exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. So I meet an architect and designer together. So what do you want to do next? So what is your big dream about the next design, the next architecture?
So for me personally, I've been introduced to the social aspect of the business through the She ABSA program, and I started rethinking how I can help people through my profession and through my passion to design for people and help them build businesses. So right now I actually started restructuring my business to be also more educational, because you find if people don't know what you're trying to help them with, they won't also value what you're trying to bring to the table. So apart from designing for them and helping them understand the value of also design in their lives and in their businesses, also what is the impact of them as business owners to their communities and to the people they're serving. So that's what's next for me, like making sure that I also pass on this message to ensure that we as Africans also solve our own problems and build businesses that are scalable in Africa.
So, gentlemen, who want to tell what's next? You want to tell what's next for the Bible Ventures? Yes, you want to tell it.
Yeah, I think a few things, right? Like one of the big ideas that we're working with right now is how do we support enterprises better, right? So I think for me, what's important is hearing from entrepreneurs and really like not thinking like, oh, this is what they need, but really giving them the space to share what they need so that we can design our programs in that way. So I think really listening deeply and making those changes.
And think what we take away from today, you know, there was so many things, we did so many jobs together. So what's your takeaway from this live moment?
Thank you very much, Hans. I think to me it's really been amazing seeing having worked with this project in East Africa for the last 3 years. I've seen the amazing impact that this it has created, not just to social business, but also to students, especially when you consider working with universities, the number of wild species that have joined. And just here you've seen 3 in 1 have joined this great network. So it's really, encouraging to see that this network is expanding, but also at the same time motivating. Thank you.
Somebody who want to share what is next, what it takes away from today? We didn't meet so far. Hello, Hans is my name. What's your name?
My name is Mr. Okumo.
Okumo.
Okumo, yeah. Thank you so much. My name is Okumo Steve. My name is Okumo Steve. Currently, I do a program at JEC Entrepreneurship. One thing which I must accept is that most of our local programs do not really tackle social entrepreneurship. On an individual level, I'm in a process of registering a college called BDIT College, and it's called Business Development and Innovation Training College. From the ongoings of today, the aspect of this college is to really build up village entrepreneurs. So I'm modeling a program whereby, for example, in Kenya, we have 1,450 wards. So I'm in a process whereby we want to model where you're going to have startup village entrepreneurship systems within the villages at the rural level. So for me now, I'm seeing a group of panelists there. It will be key for me in setting up a board to help me come up with a proper idea on how we can set up the village enterprises in a proper way. Thank you.
For everyone who is new in social business, Grameen means belong to the villages. And that was the original idea, and that's the brand name. You want to share something before I go up, Jackie?
Thank you. My name is Jackie Malomba. I got a scholarship in Tangaza University to do my MBA in Global Business Sustainability in 2016. I came in with this really wonderful business idea. I thought it was wonderful until I heard about social entrepreneurship. Then, for the first time, I heard about Professor Mohamed Yunus. I got so excited. I totally changed my business idea and started doing table banking for women in this country, from Western Kenya, Nairobi, the informal sectors. It's grown, it's amazing, it is fulfilling. Next step for me, I want to be like Daniel. Daniel has told me, you wait, it's a long wait. And as Wanjira says, she loves Tangaza University, I love Tangaza University. I think it's time for me to upscale to the next level, just having listened to the speakers since morning. Thank you very much. I look forward, and I'm very excited.
Thank you, Jackie. I come back, no worry, but let's have the panel a little bit more involved. I think that's also my job to do. Shazib, so seeing you being so many times now in East Africa, taking care for the last 3 years, you never was shy to went to Congo, you never was shy to take the next adventure. Sitting now with Vanira here, with legends in Africa. So what is your takeaway from the people's heart of Africa? So what's your, you built so many friendships, so what's the message from the people to people?
I think we're just same people, divided by many borders. Sometimes I felt really unnecessary, but then I was also deeply inspired to meet many people when I took a trip. I think a couple of months ago, we went to a village in Uganda, right? So we met 17 young kids who all built 30 clubs, and then since then I've been continuously talking about, I have also been to many really large conferences where a lot of people does a lot of big talking, but those people, only one of them had one smartphone. They built an entire school library utilizing waste plastic bottles, right? And like Professor Yunus said this morning, there is so much more that can be done if you take initiatives, if you consider that the future is here, because the journey also started here. For example, what's next for us? Obviously, a Kenyan safari, but then second, what I do is I travel to 4 different cities, and we work with 10 different incubators and accelerators and help them shape up 100 social businesses over the next 7 years.
Thank you. Vanira, we come back to you, and then we go ahead in the family. But I read a lot about your personal activities and your stuff. So you really take the whole environment aspect to every cell of your life and to every source of your life. Seeing the worry about how we lost the control of our economic system, and this economic system now is really destroying all biodiversity. Last message was around 1 billion beings are gone, so species are gone forever. It's a little bit like having demands for our nature. Every species is a kind of our memory, lost forever now. So in a way, to go on the side of the interface to nature, on the way as you see people, what is really what hurts you and what says you, hey, this is what we really have to stop now, and there is no discussion anymore about it. What would it be?
Wow, there are several, but there is, underlying what you said is a very unfair and queer economic system, global economic system, that actually does not incentivize the protection of the environment. You look at a forest like the Congo forest, the healthiest forest in the world. The Congo forest today is the healthiest lung. If you consider that we have 3 lungs in the world, we have the Amazon, the Congo forest, and the forests of Southeast Asia. The forests of Southeast Asia have already been quite depleted, and so you have them already emitting. They are net emitters of carbon. The Amazon is on the edge. The Congo forest is the only healthy lung in the planet. And yet, today, there is no incentive, there is no economic value to that forest. In fact, exploiting it, mining in it, and doing anything we can other than protecting it is more economical. So I think that has to shift. We've got to see, and this is part of what we're calling the new climate economy, that this economy that is based on circularity, that is based on protection of especially our life support systems. So those values have to change. And we've seen that in many countries that are starting to look at gross national happiness, that there is a value to a healthy population. There is no economy if you don't have a healthy population. And in fact, we saw with COVID and other pandemics like that, that the environment becomes our biggest protector. So that to me is the biggest concern. But there are others around trade and around food systems, and the fact that we don't have local food systems that function properly. We actually incentivize importing rice from far away, whereas we actually either grow rice here or somewhere else on the continent. So trade and shortening supply chains, all of those are part of the systems we have to change.
Thank you. And if you agree, we can give an applause as well. Yes. Thank you. Vanira, the passion to environment, our basic atmosphere and all. And Professor Yunus, you work in the work what you do all the time when we traveled around, and when Jazib just talked, oh, it's very similar, you know. I was thinking when it starts the Congo, and Jazib said he goes, he said, better you go than me as a German, because you know maybe better to solve the problems, because Bangladesh have the problem. In Bangladesh, we have one of the most beautiful forests as well on the mangrove, you know. I think when Lamia talks about this forest, her eyes is shining like high, you know. So you have a beautiful nature. Nature was always very important for you in a way. So what do you think, what could be next to really make our all best, the best of best, to protect the Congo, to protect the forest in Bangladesh and the stuff? So what's your role in it, and what could be your role in it? And yeah.
Well, thank you. I'm very happy that I'm with Manzira after a long time. That's the most important thing for this visit, that I can see you sitting next to you and give you a hug. That's a big thing. So good to be here and spending the whole day together, talking about issues that we feel very strongly about. So these are the issues you mentioned about what next. I don't know whether we are at a time to ask the question, what next, yet. Because when you raise this question, you get the feeling that you have done the first chapter and you want to go to the next chapter. And my terrible feeling is we have not even scratched the surface. Forget about the first chapter. So we shouldn't give the impression by saying what next as if we have done something. And I think overwhelming verdict would be we have not done anything yet. Not even the preparatory part of it. That's a kind of emptiness that we feel, and the danger part that is coming. How to expedite, how to achieve that speed that we missed out completely. We have been talking about creating a new framework, new engine. The engine is not there yet. Still the old engines. Still we are talking about whether it's the right engine, it's the wrong engine. People say, no, we can fix it, we can do some repair work, this will work. And our voice is, no, this is never be going to repair for the job that it needs to be done. It created the problems. As long as you keep it on, it will make them explosively dangerous with this engine that we have right now. And that's the point. Remember when the COVID-19 came, and people were desperate to restart the engine because the engine stopped. Nothing is working at the COVID-19 early period, March, April, May. So everybody is scared. And they're pouring in, they're promising to pour in bailout packages, millions of dollars, billions of dollars. Some countries with trillions of dollars for one reason, to restart the engine. And that's when I was screaming, said, no going back. We should not even touch that engine. If it has stopped, it has done us a favor. COVID-19 is a bad thing, but it has done a wonderful thing by stopping the engine. So now it's our task to build engine, new engine. But that's not what the world moved. So we asked the question, what next? There is no such question yet until we have done this part over. Now, when we raise this question, when you talk about this engine kind of thing, people say, oh, no, this is not the right time to raise this question because we are in serious crisis, not COVID-19 is over. It's the Ukrainian war. Is the Ukrainian war is more dangerous? We cannot disrupt anything. We have to make sure that we can survive out of this war. It's going to be, it's already global war because not a single person in the whole world could escape from the negative impact of the Ukrainian war. Not a single person, no matter which country, which village, which territory you are impacted negatively. And God knows how much more. So that's the engine you are trying to protect by saying it will be worse. And my question is, this is the right time again, because when the engine is stopped, we are saying no going back. Here's the Ukrainian war. You are merely buying fossil fuel of all kinds of wrong sources to make it worse. This is a good time to say we don't use fossil fuel anymore. Good time, so that Ukrainian war has an answer, given us a real response that yes, we can build our world without access to fossil fuel. This was the time to explosion of renewable energy. That's not what we did. We're always trying to say somehow go on with those questions about redesigning engine can wait. I said it should not wait. This is a good time to make that redesigning part now. So I would say emphasize on the redesigning part. That's where, and Manzira has said, and we have been saying it throughout the day, about the role of the young people. Because we are completely frustrated with the role of the older people. And when we saw, for example, the coronation, very disgusting thing to see when the world is suffering from this kind of thing. Some old people going around doing things, and the whole world is watching it, helplessly. So this is the kind of image of the planet and the consciousness of the planet. Hours and hours and hours, global television, and God knows where else in the television and other channels of media and so on is wasted, which is a meaningless thing, and maybe reversing. You should have been doing the other ways rather than showing this meaningless, worthless kind of shows and things. So this is the kind of wrong way we are treating the world. So we have to, the responsibility is for the young people now, discard the old, defy, deny, without any question, without any argument, that we are not submitting ourselves to end of this planet and us go with it. We are going to survive, we're going to fix it. We want to create a new world for us. And that's the beginning. So it's not what next, it's what is to be done. Because we have not done anything, that's all thing, with urgency and all the things. We are just playing with words and going around with everything that we have been doing in the past. So I will keep on emphasizing that we have to start the process. We have to start that engine and turn the engine on and go. And it has to go in a very high speed, because all the wrong things that we have done, if you go in a slow speed, it's not going to give us enough time to recover or build an image, build a world that we want. We have to build a new world. There's no option to it. And the only thing can be, this is the thing that can be done only by young people. And they have to be aware. And the first thing they have to do is to don't look at the previous generation. Do it in your way. Create the world that you want. And debate, discuss, and act completely. Thank you.
Yeah, super inspiring, because one of the theses was there is no way back. and there will be no next if we not fix it. That's also very clear, the message what you...
We have not done anything.
There is no next. If we not get the control over plastic, there will be no next. If it doesn't get the control about the self-destroying ecosystem, there is no next. Fully understand. In the way of how we achieve our steps, it's of course where we say what to do, but it's very important to have these questions to say, there is no next. You know, that's what you, the last years, any time when we listen to you, you make it very dramatic to the next generation and to us. There will be no next if we not change it. It's maybe not imaginable for us that we are the first time of human race where maybe doesn't have a real next. We call it in Germany the last generation. We have a lot of different aspects of it. So if you want to tell now what you want to do next, think about what you want to finish and what's your problem. But I want to give some words to the people to see what inspires you. There is no next, or what is your steps? So who raised your hand? Yes, come on. I love the stairs up and down. It keeps me walking. Is it super? Diana.
Yeah. Good evening to everyone. My name is Diana Inembabazi. I'm part of the Ugandan team from KIU. I was the coordinator for Northern and Western for the YYF project. I thought I got this job as their coordinator just as a job, to work, to get something small and do a little thing. But today, Professor has told me that the system of education has made us so artificial that we cannot think about what we can actually do. I've been having a conception in my head about something. I'm passionate about it, but I was like, where do I start from? How do I start it? And today has given me a kickstart to really do what I have passion about, and not just by looking at the money, but seeing I've gotten so much from my community, and how do I give back to my community? How do I, what are the people benefiting from me that are around me? Now, that is my focus. Thank you for today, and I bless the Lord for this place and this conference today. Thank you, Tangaza University.
Super. I stop here because it's super cool. Lamia, if we get the clear stuff, so it's not about the next, there is no next, that's a very clear message, if you don't change. So what you keep on going fighting against, what's your keep on going in the way what you want to finish? You have a microphone for Lamia? So.
Well, this morning, Professor Yunus was basically saying that not only is the task very large, but it's also very urgent. We don't have very much time. So I think what's next is that every one of us, wherever we are, have to get involved in some way. We're all vested in it. Our children's lives are vested in it. So it's, you know, they were talking about how many Yunus organizations are here. The reason there are so many Yunus organizations is each one is working in a different space, in a different sector, with a different topic. Because if you want to change, globally transform the global economy that we think is all wrong, it can't be one actor, one organization in one place. Everyone has to be involved. Professor Yunus has recently said that kids, 12-year-olds to 35-year-olds, they have to get involved while they're still in school in impacting on the world around them. You can't wait till you're out of school. So the message is that there's so much to be done, and that every one of us, wherever we are, has a role to play. We have to figure out what it is, but we have to get, and there is no separation between our day job and what we do afterwards. It's one and the same. He's talking about everyone becoming a 3-0 person. So these things have to be internalized in every action, every choice we make, and I think that's a key thing. And I think getting together like this is important, and it gives an impetus, it gives inspiration that it's possible. We heard a lot of stories of social businesses here that started very recently but are doing many things, having great impact. So we get a lot of energy and inspiration from that to believe that things that seem impossible can be actually overcome. And that it's true that we're really at the start or making a dent on these huge issues that are before us, but it's not too late, and we all have to start, and we all have a role to play.
Thank you, Lamia. Good. Before I give it to Shazib to close everything, and Professor Yunus probably have the last word, and Vanira, what you never will stop. So Professor Yunus makes it clear, it's not over, there's so many things what we started, what we see, we just wait papers the last 30 years since we started with the Millennium Development Goals, since we started the Sustainable Development Goals, when we talk about the topics, you know, it's 50 years since we are on the planet. We born in the planet. It was already in a mess. I'm born 66. So it was already a mess. It was really a mess. So what you never stop?
Well, you know, it's a good question for an optimist, because optimists always believe a better way is possible. I certainly will never stop believing in the power of youth entrepreneurship. I'll never stop believing in the power of African youth entrepreneurship in particular, because I think there's really something big there. And having passion makes all the difference. You don't have to have all the money. People actually invest in ideas they believe in. They're not looking. This was one of the most beautiful stories someone told me. This woman, a big investor, was looking to invest, and she said, I'm not looking for something to invest in. I'm looking for something to believe in. So that element of passion is also what brings us and drives us to big ideas and to innovate around solving the issues that we face today.
Yeah. Looks like, yeah, please. It looks like passion never stops with you. So, Shazib and then Professor Yunus. But before I come to Shazib, we are really happy to see you again. And of course, we remember on Wangari as a great role model. And in 2011, in June, she gives me her really deep words. And that shapes also me in a way, because she teaches me about gratefulness, be grateful. And the word, what she says, what makes it to my own, I have my first grandchild as well, to say, you know, she say, I hope to hold so much hands that I can be possible to guide in the next direction. But I also know I never can give back what I achieved. And that was so grateful, and that's the way as the gratefulness is with us. And this gratefulness for our life, I guess for everyone in the room here, when somebody was there taking care about us, raise us, like your dad, like your mom, like our parents. Somebody was there to take care about us. We take care about then the next is a next, even we know there will be no next if we not change. And that's what you have to do in your generation. We help you as much as we can in our generation. But Shazib, what's the things what you don't like to stop? And then you have the last question to Professor Yunus.
Then I get to ask Professor Yunus the question. Well, I think I could sense where this was going, but what I would like to say, I'm a village boy, but I was loved by the world. And people accepted me and gave me skills. When I was, I think, 22, when I also met Daniel, I really struggled to understand how British people spoke English. So I went back to Netflix and watched all the movies of Jason Statham, right? And I was hosting like small community meetups. You give me $5, I do a workshop for you, and you learn about social business. Because one person, Professor Yunus, said that my generation of young people was the most powerful generation, because it was the power of technology. I think he also said that today, earlier in the breakouts. But nobody in my family or in my community believed that I could do something good, right? I also learned something by one of Sarah's book. I think as long as I think I'm useful to you, to Lamia Apu, to you, to Professor Yunus, to Sadia, to everybody, I will never stop. And then for young people, I think it's really important to understand that no matter what the world tells you, your family tells you, where do you find your happiness? Do you get to make decisions for your life? If you want to fly like a bird, go for it, you know? You should not really stop. My question to Professor Yunus now. Was I able to answer you? Yeah? All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Hans, also for moderating this. Professor Yunus, my question to you is a very simple one. You always talk about super happiness, you know, and then I felt, because I've been working with social businesses for almost 10 years now, every day we face new challenges, right? And then we have to find ways to solve those challenges. You also talk about taking small actions, and then you say that once you are able to do it for one person, you can really scale it, right? So if you have to address my East African young friends, you know, we always talk about that the future is here, and they have probably more than 40% people who are going to contribute in the economy. But on the other side, I see a lot of big economies have deep interest in countries. If you go to Central African Republic, this is what you see. So if I'm an East African youth, what is the one thing that I can do? Of course, you can also address the global youth, but if Daniel has to go back to in his city, if Shihab and I go back to his village again, if we meet them, what do we tell them other than doing the work that we do?
Thank you. Well, about starting small, because that's where it all begins. Because if you can do for one and it works, then you discover the whole world, because now you can change the world. It's, all rest of the journey is to repeat and learn more, do it better, do it faster, etc., etc. So I will not ignore or pay less attention to that small thing. All big thing starts with that small thing. And the same one that about the biggest tree in the forest starts with one little seed. So if you ignore that seed, if you don't plant that seed, you will never have the tree. And the enormous number of seeds that it will produce in its own term every season. So I treat this every little incident, every little thing as a kind of opening of that opportunity to get away from the problems that we are in. So that becomes a seed. And then that seed can be refined, improved, fertilized, so that it can work in a more confident way, more sure way to produce the same result. So that's why I'm encouraging that small experiences. So if you try many different things, we will have one of those things can grow to change the world. So that's the beginning. If you try to do big things, it will end up in words, not in action. Because you never had the feel of what actually world is like. You only got caught up your own imagination of fancy world that you create in your own mind without having any relevance to the real world. So that's why I would not jump into that changing the world in a big way. I will have my imagination, but that doesn't mean that it's real. It's an imagination, but I have to take the route to get to the imagination that we created on the way. So create the small examples and so on and so forth. We continue to do that. Coming back to the other point about what is next. We came to Nairobi in 2009 for the Microfinance Summit. Yeah. It's a big event. Big event. The whole world of microfinance was here in Nairobi. And this is not the only one. Every year we have done it in a different city, different country. And every time we thought people are so convinced, the world is so convinced, this is the thing needs to be done. Everything we're doing is such a wrong thing. It should not be accepted. It was 1997, again way back. the first summit that we did in Washington, D.C., an announcement was made. We'll reach 5 million borrowers of microcredit by the year 2005. That was a big declaration, big goal. At that time, we are not even a million, fraction of a million. In 1997. While we are only not even a million, we are declaring by 2005, we'll get there to make 5 million women reached by microfinance. That was a big commitment because we have so much confidence. This is all done. And we are, and Hans was asking the question, what next? That was the question we were asking ourselves in 1997. What is next? Our answer is we have to demonstrate the whole world, not in a fraction of a million, in a big way, so that it is not just a little plaything, it is a real thing. And we continued and we achieved that. We can do that. And all the awards, all the recognition for microfinance all over the world, all the books written about it, all the courses given to every university about microfinance. There is nobody left in the world who doesn't know about microfinance. Has the banking system changed in 2023? Nothing. Why? Is something wrong with microfinance? Nobody said it is. It showed that its strength year by year, everything. So even demonstrating it is not hitting them because they are so much convinced in their power of their own engine that they built. It is a faultless engine. So we have to wake them up. That engine is going to sink the whole world. So before we sink, we have to throw away that engine, build a new engine where microfinance and other things which you have ignored should be on the top, because that's the one who shows how to build a new generation, new banking system. Banking system has not had one little scratch by microfinance. Nothing changed. They are even saying that this is nothing. It doesn't do anything for the financial system. So this is the world that we have to deal with. That it's not even demonstration, it's not even proof on the ground, it's not a theoretical issue, it's a practical issue, and it's been accepted all over the world. But banking system remained totally immune. Political system totally remained immune. We were raising the question, the banks are the way they are because of the banking law. It's not the fault of the bank. It's the law that has created the bank is responsible for that. And we went to the politicians, the parliaments after parliaments, arguing that make changes in the banking law. If you make these changes, banking system will change. Many governments promised us, never happened. It still didn't happen. They say very sweet words, wonderful work, microfinance, you did a great thing, microfinance is a great thing. They will make big speeches about it, but don't do a thing. So that's the world that we are dealing with. So it's not simply saying that, oh, my social business is a great thing, let's do it. It's not how that's happening. It needs much bigger force to make that happen, sink, because otherwise, if it doesn't sink in your head, you sink inside the ocean that you created for yourself and with no escape. And that escape route has not been identified yet. Only words have been thrown out and so on. So that's the urgency, that's the thing that what the young people, we are coming back to the young people, because old people will stuck with the old thing because their minds, their heads, their thinking process is so contaminated by the old ideas. They have no way to get away from that contaminated minds. Only the fresh minds of the young people probably could give us a escape route. That's why we keep coming back to the young people. Think the way you want to think. You don't have to refer back to what other people, other generation thought, because they did a bad thing, wrong things. They put you into a suicidal path. They put you on addiction path. You become addicted. money become an addiction. So you have to get away from that addiction. So anything that they have done, if you touch it, addiction will touch you. So you have no escape. So this is how the sharp changes that we want to draw attention to and encourage young people to take that responsibility that we have to create our own world. We have no option. That's the call we keep making all the time and see how the outcome is. Because we have no trust or possibility of anything happening with the previous generation. Thank you very much.
So, thank you for the great panel. It was really inspirational, and I hope we document it and have it good done. It was great, inspirational, great stuff. But I think also we should give one of you the last word. And Jana, you was the first time with us in this, and you're the new kids on the block. May you close it now, huh? Sorry, I didn't warn you at all, but I was just thinking you could be the fantastic person to say what you take away from here. And what's your wish for us?
Thanks. I've taken away a lot today. I've taken away inspiration. I've taken away creativity from so many of the conversations that I've had with all of you. I take away a lot of hope because I see what people are doing. And more than that, I think I take away, a real drive to do something, to do more than what we're doing now, and to do it bigger. As Professor Yunus said, so, it's just a drop in the bucket, and we need to do so much more. And so I'm excited to do that. So I can only say thank you to all of you here for spending the time with us and dedicating your time and parts of your lives to this important cause. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jana. And Jana, her name has probably 10 different meanings in 10 different languages. So I would also like to thank Hans for moderating the panel, Lamia Apu, Sir, Wanira for joining us in this panel. So that's the formal end of our East Africa Social Business Forum on Youth Entrepreneurship, but we have two really interesting segments, 15 more minutes. So to take this over, I want to invite our MCs, Linda and Beth, to take it over. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow, what an interesting day. Unfortunately, all good things have to come to an end. So before we wrap up, I'm going to invite Dominic. He's a social entrepreneur from Germany, serves as a managing director of YY Foundation and a special advisor for international relations to Professor Mohamed Yunus. And then after that, Shazib will come and make a formal wrap up for this event. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Is it working? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Also on behalf of YY Foundation, I'm delighted and honored to address you with a few words as we approach the end of the event. It's not so easy. Sorry? It's not so easy after this remarkable day and after this inspirational closing panel. So allow me to be brief, so we can shortly enjoy again what's next to the many sessions we enjoyed the most today, meeting and interacting with each other, listening and learning from each other here at Tangaza University College, here in Nairobi, and most important, in person. So in my view, today a new milestone has been set in building the social business ecosystem in Kenya and in East Africa. And as we work together here, I've seen also many happy faces and smiles today. So dear Father Leo and dear Brother Jonas, thank you for making us feel home and for inviting us to your campus to meet in this unique environment. As Professor Yunus said this morning, imagine what we should do. Think about a world of 3 zeros. and how Africa will lead the way in building a new civilization. In the essence, Brother Jonas, this is the new narrative for Africa. So today's presentations and discussions, and now at the closing panel, it showed it can be designed and it can be done. So thank you again so much again, Professor Yunus, for your vision and guidance. Lamia, Jana, Hans, for your leadership, Shihab Shazib, and the teams of Yunus Center, YY Ventures, Green Creative Lab, Yunus Social Business, Yunus Environment Hub, all the co-partners and co-organizers of this event to make this day so special and worthwhile. And thank you all for becoming or being the agents of social transformation. And we look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you. The part-time cowboy is again back.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Now we have to do the proper wrap-up. But Professor Yunus, we have a small thing that we want to do on stage, but with Tangaza University College, before we do that, I have to thank lots of people. And before I do that, I have to thank you and Lamia Apu for trusting me and Shihab Bhai, who is my co-pilot. You want to come on stage? Are you going to come on stage for trusting us with this mission? So that we can do it. And I'd also like to name some of our friends. Yeah, we have to thank our colleagues from Yunus Center, of course, Lamia Apu, and you don't see folks who are not here. Zinat, Aziz Bhai, Saidul Bhai, who has helped us. I also want to thank Christina and Bramwell from Yunus Environment Hub. Where are you? Say hello to them and a big round of applause. We have to thank Jana and Janine for putting together this wonderful panel from Yunus Social Business. Can we appreciate them by, yeah. And I also have to thank Grace and Francis from Andy for supporting us, collaborating with us. Where are you, Grace? Thank you so much. We have to thank, of course, Maria, Jan, Sabir, and Hans from Green Creative Lab for supporting us, for collaborating with us. And from the YY Foundation, Dominic, Dan, and Robert Akoko. Dan, I had no idea we would meet again for the second time. Where are you? Thank you so much for also producing all the comms materials. And now, our friends from Tangaza University College. Michael Bhai. We have all the names. Shall we read them loud? Brother Jonas, where are you? Thank you so much.
Brother Jeketule Soko, Rosemary Gaki, Rita Gachagu, Joyce, Umanyi, and Susan.
And Mutuni Kanga Appa, thank you so much. Now I invite Professor Yunus on stage and Brother Jonas because we have a small gift for you. And after this, I invite my new friend Daniel, who's just waiting to do a performance. Brother Jonas, come on.
The reason why we want to give... Yeah, really we had an amazing session with the youth there. And also having Professor here at Tangaza for the first time is a blessing for us. It's an inspiration for us. And today also he talked really like a professor. It was really, I think he loves the university environment. So the gift that we want to give him is from a student. He talked a lot about student today, how much he worked with a student, going to the field with a student. So we want something also from our student, for Professor, to remember that passing through Tangaza, there is a student who has just created something as a symbol of appreciation of him coming to inspire them. I want to call Emmanuel. Emmanuel is a student of Institute of Social Transformation. He's just finishing had just finished his BA in Sustainable Human Development and then discovered that he's an artist. He's an artist. So he decided to offer his skill to Professor. Now, Emmanuel.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. I want to thank Professor Yunus for honoring us today, for visiting us. It's an honor. We thank you for the knowledge you shared unto us, and to the knowledge that you shared unto the world. You've clearly made a big impact to the society. And also thank everyone who has taken their time to come here, all the investors, all the social entrepreneurs, the work you're doing at your community. We thank you for it. It's a good work. My name is Emmanuel Ijodi. I'm from Tangaza University College, and I'm an artist. Actually, I've been an artist since I was a kid. I didn't just discover it. So I made pieces of art that we would give to Professor Yunus. In my own small way, I've been using art to give back to the society. I work with the Children Rescue Center, where I teach children my skills in art so that they may also find purpose in themselves, and also to better their lives so that they may also use art as a form of entrepreneurship. So in my own way, that's how I'm using my talents to give back to the society. And to go with the theme of zero carbon, I also made a painting to depict a society that has zero carbon emissions. So this is my other gift to Professor Yunus.
What a beautiful day to end the day.
All right, thank you so much. I would like to invite Lami up on stage over. She has a wonderful announcement for us. Yep. What's up in Langkawi?
Yeah. Oh, so this was the last slide. This is our next event, actually. It's the global annual gathering that we call Social Business Day. It's taking place first time in person after 3 years, a break of 3 years. We continue to do it online during the pandemic, but we're very excited that we can host this again physically. It's taking place, the dates are not on here, July 27th, 28th, 29th in Langkawi, on the beautiful island of Langkawi in Malaysia. And we are the whole global family of practitioners, academics, youth, entrepreneurs will come together to discuss again, like here, about all the good things that are happening and giving inspiration and encouragement to each other. I wanted to just mention that our host for that event is a university, Al-Bukhari International University, of which Professor Yunus is actually a chancellor. It's a university that hasn't just created a YSBC, it's put as its central mission of the university is a social business. The vision of the university is to become a social business, to promote social business fundamentally from step one. So in terms of important transformative things that need to happen, Al-Bukhari is showing the way. And they wanted to host this, and we hope that some of you can come to there physically. It's quite far away, but if not, it's also going to be streamed live. So please follow it online. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lamiapu. And ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Parum Breta Africa. Daniel, my friend, where are you? I also forgot to thank two of my colleagues from YY Ventures, Sadia and Zaha. Where are you? Say hello. All right, thank you so much. We'll let you enjoy the party, and that's it from Unicenter, YY Ventures, and Friends of Social Business for the East Africa Social Business Forum on Youth Entrepreneurship 2023. Take it over. All right, thank you, everybody. I want my musician friends, dancers, to stay on stage because we're going to bring the Nobel laureate for a picture. Daniel, you got a second hat, man. Yeah, for the Nobel laureate.